Hello everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you here. I hope you have a fantastic day so far, and I hope you can hear me, and I also hope that all the channel streams things are working, kind of. But in theory, it looks like things are working, so that's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, it looks like it. You hear something, you hear me. So good evening and a very nice third advent here. Today we, as the title and stuff suggests, we watch here the Two Towers in the extended edition together as a watch party. Of course I can't restream. Disclaimer as always, as every time we do these streams. Disclaimer as always, I can't restream. Technically I could, but I won't do it. Restream the film itself. So you have to find a source to watch it on, be it DVD, Blu-ray, a streaming service or whatever. And then you sync up. I show you my time code, so you know where we are in the film, and you synchronize your timer with my timer due to this, and then we talk a bit over the film. That's basic concept. So it's more like audio commentary and not the film, because I would get my channel just copyright striked and banned. So I don't want that. And yeah, welcome Silmarillion, nice to have you. Snacks and drinks already, I think. TPH Games Archive is my other account. Diary Dragon. Nice pun. Blackwards and I don't know who else. Mark is here. I have to admit, it's a bit annoying that Noslev is here. It's a bit annoying that they show now the handle of the accounts. I'm not sure if you can kind of turn this off again. That you like, I don't get it, chat. I don't get it. Like usually in the past, it always showed the name, the channel name. Like you could set a name for your account and not show the handle. I changed this at some point, but this is the time code that we have here. And yeah, then another disclaimer. I have the Blu-ray version, which consists of 2 discs. That means, translated, that later maybe I have to move the chat around a little bit for this to kind of work. We'll move it here. I don't know where, maybe here. Yeah, there's a second disc, so there will be a break in between. We have to switch discs. We'll make a short break usually there. That's different for the Hobbit films because there I have it all in one version. And yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but then there will be a second timer showing you the disc timer of the second disc in case you have the same version. I thought, well, why not? You know, there's second break first. Why shouldn't there be second timer? Also, moving my thingy around is always messing with whatever. So the question is, what is the right timer? Let me just double check. That's the right one. Okay. But yeah, we move this timer for the first disc. We don't need it. Yeah. Handles are unique. Names are not. So maybe it's a better experience in this regard. I don't know. But sometimes, you know, I know the names of people, but not their handle necessarily, because it's vastly different in some cases, and you have to kind of look up who's this person actually. That's him or her. It's kind of, you know, you get used to it, and then it doesn't work anymore. That's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, that is of course true. You could abuse it in a way, this way. I mean, it has advantages to go with the handle. But the question is, why didn't they go with like some kind of handle from the start? You know, now we got kind of used to the names. You're right, it definitely makes the usernames unique. And in my chat, it was never really a problem, I think. We had one case of some person trolling a bit, but it's very, very rare. But yeah, that's definitely for sure a reason why they maybe changed it. To make things unique in this regard. Whatever. Is there anything I need to say before we start, chat? Are you people ready for the film? So we watched Two Towers, fantastic film. Always impressed watching it. What good a film it is when it comes just to the pacing, to the jokes, to the how to call it, the balance between entertainment and serious moments. Seriousness, you know, there's definitely some strong moments in it, and they do it pretty well. We learn a bit about the world. Rohan has a very cool theme, and I always like watching Rohan and the stuff there. So there's that. Would you like me to get you a box? Yeah, stuff like that. Of course, we have some Legolas sliding action there as well, which is always a bit unfortunate, I guess. That's a bit too over the top, I feel, but it's still okay compared to modern movies. It's just fair, I guess. Just a few scenes. And it definitely works. There are a lot of changes in direct comparison to the books, to be fair. For example, the departure of Boromir in the books is part of the Two Towers books, or book. Well, it consists of 2 books, actually, but what doesn't matter. You know what I mean. And Erkenbrand is not in this here. Eomer becomes kind of fuses with Erkenbrand. It's not really massively explained what happens with Theodred and the circumstances around it, but it's not explained in Lord of the Rings too much either, I guess. Well, a little bit more than in the film. There's the chapter where we get the most information about his last battle is in Unfinished Tales. This will be part of the new lore video, which will be about the War of the Ring. And I'm currently editing it. It will be done next week with a very high certainty. I wished I could have completed it yesterday or today, so for this weekend, but it will come out next week. It will be the last Who is Elrond part, episode, whatever you want to call it, and it will be the War of the Ring and the end of the Third Age. And then Who is Elrond is completed, and after that I will also release an all-in-one version, which will be around about 12 hours long, with all the Who is Elrond episodes from the start. That will be out before Christmas. That's my plan, at least. Since I have everything edited already, it should be not that difficult in theory. But to be honest, it will be definitely difficult. I have to edit out all the introductions, all the outros. There are some videos that also have like an ad break in between. I have to note down the time for this. Will be difficult to make this work. But I think it's the main work is definitely done with writing the video, voice fine-tuning the script, and voice recording it. That is already done. And then now editing is also a big process. The video is over an hour long again. Hey, Mari, nice to see you. So we have 1 hour of video in this regard. And I hope you people will enjoy this massively. When you ask who is Elrond, nobody asks how is Elrond. This joke, you have no idea of how often I got those. In all my videos that I call who is that guy. I also have, for the all-in-one version, I have in my opinion, I have a fantastic title. I already announced that. And I hope it will do well. Like, the channel is still struggling here quite a bit. So channel not view-wise, everything is down, unfortunately, currently, even around Christmas, which is quite sad for me. But I hope that the video releases will kind of help. I definitely hope that would be great. So in the meantime, we do the watch party. The next watch party, the last one, will be next week. And next week is the 21st of December. So the 4th Advent, shortly before Christmas. And I'm not sure if it will be next Sunday or whatever. I don't know the time yet exactly, to be honest. But there will be the last part, Return of the King watch party next week. That I can also say. Then, if you watch this here as a VOD, it could be that you will have a lot of ad breaks in between, because YouTube, if I complete a stream, just manually sets the ad breaks and it places one every 3 to 5 minutes, which is of course absolute insanity. I reduce this quite a bit to, like, I don't know, once an hour or something. In these watch parties, I usually remove the ad breaks completely from the time when the film is actually running. So not making much ad revenue with these videos, but I think that's a better viewing experience. So maybe wait a moment till you watch the VOD or so. Is there anything else left to say? So then I hope you people are ready for it. I definitely am ready with this. looking forward to the film. And I guess there's not much talking. No, I just pressed the button and did weird things. I have to stop that. Oh yeah, and one thing I have to do, I have to get the screen here on my other screen. Then I hope I don't accidentally stream the film sound, but that should hopefully not be the case. But yeah, so thanks for the support, of course, to all the supporters on Patreon and channel memberships, Twitch subscriptions, and so on and so forth. Much, much appreciated. As said, we watched the extended edition. I'll have to change the title for the German Twitch stream thing and the category. The only thing I didn't change. Yeah, the English YouTube title is also wrong. Lord of Rings. The Two Towers Extended. That's what we watched, Two Towers. Looking forward to it. So I hope you people are kind of ready. Just got here. How do these movie streams work? Unfortunately, I just explained a moment ago, but I can repeat. I show you the time code, as you can see here. It will, in a moment, just like this start. And this is basically, in theory, roundabout. It's not precise, but it's also my time code, basically, that I see. Or my film is at. I start at 0, it counts up, and this way you synchronize. I just give you a countdown, then we press all on play, and then we should be synced up anyway. But for people who joining in later, they can see, okay, they are in, I don't know, 1 hour 25, 30 seconds. I skip to this part, and then I roundabout know where the people are currently in the film. I know some people might watch along with not the extended edition because they don't have that, but it's also possible. I give you an update on. I give you an update where we are at times. Here, Gimli stands on the box. Funny joke. Now the battle starts. We see the Urukai. There is no such army in Middle Earth. These scenes I give you like kind of a hint. I guess most people watching here know the film's in and out anyway. So it's, I guess, not the biggest or most massive problem here. And at the middle, I have to switch DVD, not DVD in my case, Blu-rays, in the middle of the film. So there will be a second timer then for the second Blu-ray and the total timer. It will be a bit off and wonky, to be honest, but it's roundabout. We should be the same. We have noticed that some versions are definitely a little bit different here and there. And then, well, this scene, I don't see this scene here yet. Whatever. I think, are you people ready to press on play? Of course, I can't stream the film itself, obviously, else I get copyright strike. Technically, I would be able to do this, but welcome to the party. Yeah, exactly, Walter. Welcome. And ready. Okay. I got the first ready in chat. That usually means it's working. Mark's also ready. Jack in the Twitch chat is also ready. Archer is ready. Okay, everybody seems to be kind of ready. So I hope I get everything. Most annoying part is hitting the timer and everything. So I give you kind of we give you a countdown. We start on go, and we start in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Okay, it was my smoothest start so far. Usually, the problem is if I press play on my watch over PlayStation Pro as Blu-ray player, and often there's a phenomenon. If I press OK, it takes like a second or two for it to start, so I'm always behind at the beginning. This time, it looks like I'm even a bit ahead, but it should be roundabout. Right, see the Lord of the Rings logo right now. Fantastic music. Also know the first scene. We go to the Misty Mountains chat and learn what in the meantime happened to Gandalf. Which interestingly Gandalf explains a bit later. When they meet, I think, in Fangorn Forest, the White Rider. No, what's it called? Haven't opened the book stuff yet. Sometimes interesting to read along a little bit. It's kind of difficult to focus on what's happening in the film and searching for a quote. It should be the White Rider, or it should be after the Treebeard chapter, right? You shall not pass. Wizard of Art, welcome. It's a bit complicated with the two towers. Gandalf. Okay, we are definitely up in sync here. What happened last time? I also like how we fall down there. Gandalf gets his sword Glamdring, which is a sword, according to the Hobbit, of Turgon, the king of Gondolin. And they were attacked by Balrog, so I would assume it's definitely good enough to slay a Balrog. The Balrog's not happy here. That's how I would interpret his face expression. When came the film out? 2003? (2004) Yeah, I could imagine the Balrog kind of can see that he's also a Maiar. A normal mere mortal could not, I think, do what Gandalf's doing here. Gandalf Glamdring is thinking it's payback time, definitely. Moin. Welcome, Joe. Also, in case people wonder, when I scheduled the stream, I by accident used, I made a watch party with the same thumbnail. Last year, I was too lazy to switch the background image. And I also did a watch party for the German Twitch chat. We did a watch party there. And there, 2 towers in German is zwei Türme. And I had by accident, I had the wrong thumbnail. Yes, he killed Gothmog, the leader of the Balrogs. In other versions, he actually killed multiple Balrogs, to be honest. Yeah, there is like a quote of Tolkien saying which towers he meant, but Tolkien switched a bit around a few times with this, if I remember correctly. So, to quote, I'm not sure where the quote is from. Tolkien settled on the final identities of the towers no later than the 23rd February 1954, on which date he sent to Ellen and Unwin this note, which appears at the end of most editions of Fellowship of the Ring. The second part is called The Two Towers, since the events recounted in it are dominated by Orthanc, the citadel of Saruman, and the fortress of Minas Morgul, that guards the secret entrance of Mordor. So the towers are Orthanc, Isengard, Isengard, and Minas Morgul, formerly known as Minas Ithil. Minas Morgul, the Tower of Dark Sorcery, or dark sorcery, or dark witchcraft, or whatever you want to call it. And Orthanc is I think it has a weird etymology, right? No, in English it means cunning minds. Mount Feng. Vogtheit. Or and Thank. Interesting. Like I said, I just read the quote. Tolkien had definitely also Kiris Ungol kind of in mind. But Tolkien's final words on it is Orthanc and Minas Ithil, or Minas Morgul. Yeah, he had to switch it around multiple times to please. Also comes with a cover. It's a complicated topic. There are different opinions. Or Tolkien definitely thought quite a bit around this thing. Yeah, he definitely switched his mind for reasons. The exact stuff we would have to ask Tolkien himself, which we can't. That was difficult to reconstruct the thought process of a different person. it's very likely that Tolkien would not have changed it if he didn't discuss it that much with the publisher. Also, sometimes I might mute myself to snack a little bit. And sometimes I have the tendency to forget to unmute myself. So if I don't want talking for like 3-4 minutes, maybe ask in chat if I'm muted. I would appreciate that. Now they had to do a lot of changes for the movies. It's one of my favorite memes on the internet. This is Sting. You've seen him before, and then you see Gollum at a Sting concert. I love that one. So here we have an interesting one, something that is interesting, in my opinion, that was omitted from the book, The Taming of Smeagol, depending on how you want to pronounce his name. Old English pronunciation would be sound something like Smeagol. It's difficult to say, I think. And in this scene, in the book, Gollum swears on the One Ring, and there's even a discussion, and Frodo warns him, you should not swear on the One Ring. It will twist your words and lead to your undoing. On the precious. Like, it is in the scene. But what I mean is basically, this scene has a massive significance to understand the book. Like, I think, so the scene is in it, but the film moves on very quickly. Like, now, like, Sam says, he will betray us, this scene, and we've just witnessed. And then they kind of, I'm not sure how to phrase it. You call it hush over it a little bit. They just very quickly out of this swearing thing, which is really important to understand the ending of The Lord of the Rings. Or one part of the ending. Or the end of Gollum at the end. Spoiler. Because this is very important. Especially in Tolkien's, you should not swear on anything, as with it of what's already said, but which ending? But there's a massive significance for swearing on something or taking an oath. Gollum takes an oath to not betray the master, to not let Sauron have it, and so on. To not have him have it himself, maybe. He kind of phrases it very generously, but he definitely tells Frodo, yeah, I won't betray you. I won't take the ring from you. And Frodo later, there's another scene at, I think, I forgot which scene it is, maybe at the Black Gate or something, where it's Eru, yeah, exactly, who holds them to their oath. And in this case, it was accepted, kind of. The ending is very different from, it's a little bit different from in Return of the King, in the Summersnour chamber thing, the Fires of Mount Doom. But it's a very, very important scene, and I think it comes a bit short in the film for considering how significant. Later, I said, Frodo says to Gollum when he says, well, you could give the precious back to us, and then Frodo scolds him and says, I am the wing bearer. It's my ring. And if I would take it and command you, and I would say to you, jump into the fiery pit, you would jump into the fiery pit. And he warns him again about his oath and so on and so forth. And then when Gollum takes the ring, he falls into the pit due to this. There is, what is it called? This liquid. Orc? Is this also called orc draft? As end draft? I just recently learned it's pronounced draft because I always thought it's pronounced draught or something. Draft or something like this. I don't know. Aragorn the Tracker. Yeah. What is interesting here, it's middle of the day and the orcs are walking. The Uruk-hai, no problem, but the normal orcs, well, maybe a bit of trouble walking over day. Isn't this the legendary scene, chat, that we now will experience? Or have we already experienced it and I always talked over it and didn't notice? Such a beautiful camera work here. You know, that's a kind of a problem, I think, often in modern films, that especially if they're filmed in, what do you call it, a volume, and stuff, they have like a relatively limited space often. Here they are really out in the wild. You have these landscape shots, and it's real. There's some editing done here and there for sure in the background, but overall this place is actually real. It exists and they walked in their costumes through it. And makes it feel still so alive. That's, I think, very important. Also, first time we hear the Rohan theme. Very nice little music edition. Has the movie started? Yes. I can't show you the movie here on Twitch, in case you're not joking. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. It's the best ever. I can't stream the film here, I would get copyright striked, so you have to find a source to watch it on and synchronize it with a time code. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. God. There's such a cool video. It's such a cool video there with from the Hobbit. What do you call it? Dreharbeiten. Good, my English. Turning operation, turnery. When they were filming The Hobbit on the set, they showed Orlando Bloom they're taking the hobbits to Isengard, and he sings along. Such a good sport, Orlando Bloom there in his Legolas costume. Awesome. Orc liquor at one point. Okay, thanks for looking it up. Here we have another orc breeding scene. It's very interesting in the book of not Unfinished Tales, in the book of Lost Tales, right? Part 2, I think, or part 1. In the early ones, at least, writings of Tolkien, orcs came from subterranean, were made from subterranean slime and heat still. Tolkien changed this later due to Morgoth not being able to this. It's an extended scene where we see the Dune landing swear an oath or allegiance to Saruman. The Dune landings, it's kind of a sad story with those guys, to be honest. The Dune landings are definitely angry at Rohan due to the Helm Hammerhand story. So they're not fans of those. They're also not fans of Gondor, because the Numenorians once drove them off their land in Eriador, where they just peacefully settled, and pushed them back to the place that is today known as Duneland. And there, the Dune landings kind of were pushed back. The reason why the Numenorians did this was they did not recognize the Dune landings as their kin. First of all, independent of the Dune landings being their kin or not the kin of the Numenorians, it's definitely that it's wrong anyway. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just invade into a land and push the people away. You know, that's the Numenorians also did their fair share of not so smart things. But yeah, the reason why they did not recognize them is because their language was different. The Dune landings are from one line of the Edain. So there was a group of men that went to the west, called the Edain. Men awoke in the very far east, in a place called Hildorien. And there they move west. They have 3 houses technically, but the Druidain are part of that as well. There are the House of Beor, the House of Marach, and the House of Hales. The House of Hales, or Haladin, they spoke a different language, and some on the way to the west splitted from the main group, settled in Eriador, and those became the Dune landings. Here we see the searching for Theodred. So what happens here at the forts of Isen? Saruman attacked the forts of Isen with the first battle there, and with the goal to slay Theodred. And he just zerked in the orcs and said, I don't care if you die, how many of you die, as long as Theodred dies. And he was successful with this, and Theodred actually died there. He was not brought back to, like, he was still breathing when they found him, or after the battle was over, because the people of Rohan could actually defend at the end, because after Theodred was slain, they retreated, which Tolkien later comments in a text that it was a mistake of Saruman to not take the forts there. So it came to a second battle there, And this kind of helped the people of Rohan quite a bit that this is the case. And the people who were with him were Grimbold and Elfhelm, interestingly. We also see them here somewhere in the background, but here Eomer is there. Eomer went to hunt orcs, and this was against the orders of the king. That is why he was put off duty, so to say, under house arrest or whatever call it. And he stays in Edoras. And the people splitting and collecting people otherwhere in Rohan were then with Lord Erkenbrand, who set his camp and also stored and gathered their troops at the Hornburg, hard to say word in Old English. We see the helm with a white hand on it, so it was not Moria orcs, but it were Saruman's orcs. And Grima is, of course, an ally of Saruman. And it's indicated that he kind of poisons Theoden, has a lot of influence over him. So that's the background story. I explained this in quite a bit of detail in the new video, which will be out next week. One interesting detail I want to look up is, because I forgot the name, Grima's father is named. Like, he's Grima's son of, I can't remember the name of his father. Galmod. Always look it up so I maybe memorize it. But it's a name you rarely need. Eomer was really in good position with Theodred, the son of Theoden. Also interesting detail, on the way to Rivendell, Boromir went through Rohan and got a fresh horse there. And the horse he lost at Tharbat, and then it returned to Rohan. So Eomer and Boromir have met, interestingly. Interesting detail. So in the film here, things are a bit spin around. He's now banished from Edoras, Eomer, and he now, on his banished path, I assume, finds Gimli and his friend. Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli on the way. They talk to each other. Yeah, they also learn that Boromir has met in the book when they meet. Or maybe it's later. I forgot where exactly they learn it. But yeah, it's different in the book. No, it must be a different place because it's different in the book. Whatever. It's confusing. This is also quite a bit different in the book, but the core is still intact. Yeah, he might be banished and so on. Of course, he assembles people and so on and fights still for Rohan. He's still loyal. Grima tried, like I said, Theodred and Eomer had a good relationship. Grima tried to put like a wedge between them. I'm not sure if that's the correct phrase, but he tried to separate them and then slay. It didn't really work, but Grima really tried to separate them because he knew he has to kind of suppress or get Rohan completely, drive a wedge between them. Yeah. But yeah, he was not successful with this. But he really tried to portray Eomer as he's doing his own stuff all the time. He maybe tries to ignore the orders of the king and so on and so forth, and is arrogant and has his own desires and whatnot. But Eomer would just not fall for this, and Theodoret also not really. Meat is back on the menu, boys. Like a legendary scene. And yeah, in the book, if I remember correctly, this attack here is what gets Eomer arrested, kind of. Like, he's hunting the orcs. He should not have hunted the orcs for reasons. There was a Battle of Eason going on. By the way, the Battle of Eason is in the Westfold, the western part of Rohan. The red sun rises. Blood has been spent this night. But yeah, when Theoden says, "Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell?" he potentially refers to the battle where Sun fell. In this scene, Aragorn definitely talks to Eomer here in the book. And he says to Eomer, "I don't know you, but I served in Rohan's army. I knew Theoden and Thengel." Riddermark is also one of the names that is how the people of Rohan also call it. You see where he doesn't know Thranduil's name. And Legolas Rotor and Ram, son of Thranduil. Yeah, Jack. Yeah, Eomer is the nephew of Theoden, and he was also Eomer's and Eowyn's parents died very early, and were raised by Theoden like it were his own children. There's a few men in the battle. I forgot the number though. But yeah, it's a bit complicated with the army movements and so on and so forth. So now Eomer gets banished in the book, I think. Maybe I'm mixing things up a little bit, but should be right. Not banished, but arrested. He's not. And yeah, after the battle of the first battle of Isen, of the forts of Isen, it's a bit complicated. It's after the second battle that the troops scatter a bit. Some retreat to the Hornburg and gather there. Some scatter into the land, and those scattered into the land are then searched by Erkenbrand, also a lord of Rohan. It does not really appear here. The red shield and a horn. Yeah, this is the film trivia everybody knows. Here, Aragorn broke his toes. Viggo Mortensen kicking the helmet. Yeah, exactly. That's also a difference. You're right. In the books, Eomer only lends the horses and asks Eomer to come to Edoras and give them back. It's not bad, to be honest. If I remember correctly, Viggo Mortensen had to do the scene multiple times, and he kicked the helm and kicked the helm, and Peter Jackson wanted the perfect shot for this, and the perfect shot, he broke his toes kicking the helm too hard. Also a bit different in the book, how they meet Treebeard, but I think it works pretty well. There's a lot of changes, and they have to kind of keep going. The chapters are very long. Mr. Treebeard. So we now have in the scene where Mr. Treebeard is saving, kind of. Merry and Pippin. Never heard of The Hobbit. Oh no, the White Wizard. It's kind of a cool thing that they did this, in my opinion, with the mystery around who's the White Wizard there. It works really well for film, I think, especially if you don't know the story. Think, oh no, Saruman has them now. And we are in the Dead Marshes. What is interesting about the Dead Marshes, I always tell the story. There is, I think, a letter, or Christopher Tolkien comments on this in a book, that the inspiration for the Dead Marshes were definitely when Tolkien was a soldier so John Ronald Reuel Tolkien was a soldier in World War I, the Battle of the Somme, and there were craters due to the battle, and when it was raining, the craters filled with water, and sometimes you could see corpses at the bottom through the water. This is the inspiration for this. It was revealed in the trailer. I don't know that anymore. But still, if you haven't seen the trailer, not everybody has seen the trailer. And so on. Like, just looking at the film as its own without information outside of it, it's kind of a mystery. Okay, who is this guy? What will happen there? Definitely hard to imagine. Stuff then. Can't eat Hobbit food. It's to me still impressive that Gollum, like as a fully animated creature, still looks so good in this film, considering that it's how old? Over 20 years old by now. There was a very early time of the of CGI stuff. Is wrong in this regard that it's not Hobbit food, it's Elvish food, yeah. Lembas means bread translated. They often called Lembas bread, which makes sense in from a communication standpoint to explain it's some kind of bread, whey bread, but technically would only call it lembas, because else you say bread. On the other side, it's also called Círdan, the shipwright, which is shipwright, the shipwright. So I don't mind that too much. Chai tea, yeah, it's true. It exists, definitely. Like I said, it's a communication thing. You have like some term, some tea or some bread or whatever in this case from a specific region or folk or a specific way of making it. You use the original term, they call it just, it's normal bread here, to be honest, it's normal tea or whatever. And then you put in tea at the end of it again just to express it's from these people, lembas, but it's bread. So people know, oh, it's bread. They call it lembas bread then, or whatever. It makes complete sense, just from a communication standpoint. Also quite exaggerated, the scene here. It falls into the water. It feels more like it's kind of an hallucination, in my opinion, in the books. And Gollum warns their lights, you should not die through this. Here we see some ghosts and phantoms, which exist in Tolkien's world. Ghosts and phantoms, as we will see later in The Return of the King. Alexi, servus. Nice to see you. I caught this in time. Welcome. Tirza, nice to see you. The Siege of Barad-dûr took several years. Why weren't the corpses collected and buried? Yeah, it took 7 years, the Siege of Barad-dûr, if I remember correctly. But the corpses here in this particular area, there were multiple battles actually in this swamp. So the swamp kind of grew and kind of grew over the corpses at times. And yes, we know from the battle before the Barad-dûr siege. So there was a battle in front of Mordor, in the Battle of Dhargolat, where the armies of the last alliance fought against Sauron, and Tolkien wrote a story that is published in Unfinished Tales. It's not necessarily, in this case, published in Lord of the Rings itself. And some of the elves did not want to be under the command of the Noldor, because the Sindar and the Sylvan elves are both in origin Teleri, and due to the kinslaying that were the sons of Feanor, which were from the royal line of the Noldor elves were responsible for, they did not want to be under the command of a Noldor king. And so they charged early before the others, and then this led to disaster, and they got repelled and had to kind of retreated into the swamplands, and there fought against some forces of Sauron, and they slew each other, and then their corpses stayed there. And I guess after that they said, well, let them find rest there in this particular area. Yeah, it definitely grew at some point. I made a video about this. I forgot all the details because I made it like some years ago, but I did some research on it, I remember. Feanor ruining everything for everyone, always. Well, he's very good at that. But yeah, here we currently see Frodo being paralyzed when the Witch King comes and is now dragged by Sam under a brush, and they hide from the Witch King in the dead marshes. It might also not be the Witch King. I'm actually not sure who it is exactly. Could also be Kamul or whoever. There are multiple Nazgul on their fell beasts, as they are described. Winged steeds. They had like a beak, but they had no feathers, I think. Yeah, they make them more like dragon-ish like. Does burial have any influence? I don't think so, because there's also burnings here and there, so it would be strange, to be honest. But we definitely notice that the idea of burying the dead is a thing in Tolkien, in the Silmarillion already. Platypus. Beak but no feathers. Yeah, maybe. Looks like a dinosaur, yeah, maybe something like that. Right. And this scene, there's something moving in the wind or whatever. It looks like cloth or something. Forgot where it is, but at some point also Legolas shoots down a winged steed in the dark. Yeah, they're sneaking around quite a bit through the forest. It's an interesting chapter because it also seems like the White Wizard can jump like a Jedi or something. Yeah, I don't know if it's a dinosaur, whatever Tolkien had in mind in this case. Olorin, Gandalf the White. There was also a discussion in the lore stream, which I also had to look up. Isn't it they somewhere find they see Saruman wandering around in the forest, or they see the figure there. And Tolkien wrote some ideas what this could have meant, and people interpret about it. A bit mysterious, to be honest. And one thing Tolkien wrote about this in one History of Middle-earth book, I think it was, he a very important scene here. But he kind of projected himself. It's like a projection of his mind. I always thought it is actually kind of wordplay that Tolkien went for with this. It was always my interpretation of it. Also when people think crazy fundamental, yeah. One of my favorite quotes here is unfortunately not complete. We meet again at the turn of the tide. The great storm is coming, but the tide has turned. Something like that. Still speak in riddles. I also like that scene. When Gwaihir, like when he wakes up on the top of the mountain, Gandalf the White is sent back, wakes up naked, interestingly, gets a new body it seems, and then the Gwaihir comes and picks him up, who brings him then to Lothlorien, and there he gets clothes and a new staff. And in this context, interestingly, Gwaihir comments that Gandalf has basically no weight, and he feels like he could let Gandalf fall down, and he would fall down to earth like a feather in the wind. Gandalf says, "Hey, Gwaihir, appreciate, but maybe don't do that." He has to wear some of Galadriel's old dresses. That thought is kind of funny. Yeah, let's not discuss the Christian beliefs here too much. Or like it's a gigantic group of a billion of people, 1 billion people, I think, or more too. I forgot the exact number. There are all kinds of beliefs among those. Some are very liberal, and some are work in science and believe in science and their knowledge, and some are absolutely crazy. I have often the feeling that the amount of crazy people is a bit too much on the rise currently, if I'm completely honest with you. A little bit less craziness I would appreciate. Yeah, most are not. I'm not talking about Christians in general, just mankind in general currently. Eomer mentioned Saruman's walking, and Gandalf says that Saruman went to spy on his own servants. Yeah, there's a mention like this. Very interesting. Someone asked Tolkien in a letter if the Witch King was riding a pterodactyl. He answered yes and no. It wasn't intended to be, but he calls it pterodactylic. Funny. Welcome, Lucas. Also, it's a hard to say word. Pterodactylic. Woodland shots are great, yeah. I'm not sure if it's a minority. I think due to times getting really tough currently, people, like if you are in hardship all the time, and especially in the media chaos that we currently perceive, people get kind of lost and lose maybe reason or hope, or I don't know. Interestingly, Gandalf still calls him here Sauron's puppet. But Saruman is doing pretty much his own thing here. Like he betrayed Sauron. Saruman betrayed Sauron and also Gandalf. And now the only way what he can do is, well, I have to get the One Ring, I guess. That's the only way for me to kind of get out of this thing here. Tolkien wrote one version that's very interesting, where Saruman actually wanted to return and beg for pardon and try to basically go to Gandalf and ask for pardon and ally again with him and fight together against Sauron. But when he did, Gandalf already escaped from Orthanc. Said, well, I'm screwed now. Kind of interesting. He is MVP Sam, as he's called. The Blackgate. Morannon. Okay, much success, Jack, with your art. So yeah, very nicely hiding scene here. We see Easterlings here entering, which is cool. We haven't seen many of the Easterlings in the film. There are just very few shots of them. It's one of the few. And the Easterlings play an important role because the Easterlings will attack Dale, interestingly. Like, the Easterling forces are going to attack Dale and Erebor, which is also a battle or place in battle in the Lord of the Rings. Nice how the cloaks are actually working, yeah. I like how they look very strange, the Easterlings here, you know what I mean? Like, they look unusual from far away compared to the people we know, the elves, the rangers, the people of Rohan, Gondor and stuff. Well, we only knew, like, to this point, I think 2 Gondorians. We have seen, well, maybe a couple more. Gandalf was in Minas Tirith at the beginning of the film. Yeah, Gollum definitely has this. Oh no, it's not that place again. Yeah, the armor's pretty cool. Definitely. They look also like they compass multiple things with the armor. They look very outlandish, different than all the others. They look like they come from a faraway country. Mysterious, you don't know. What is their story, what history? Why are they allying with... Yeah, the Easterlings, not to be messed around. Like in the late writing of Tolkien, talks about the Blue Wizards, and he says basically that the Blue Wizards, he changed, in the early versions they were not successful, but in the late ones they were actually successful in the Far East, and he writes that they had great success in the East, and that at the end the forces of the East would not outnumber the West. Also, he says that when Dale would have and Erebor would have fallen faster, or would have fallen at all, they don't fall, they retreat to Erebor, I think, and they are besieged by the Easterlings. But since the fight takes them so long and takes so much energy from the Easterlings, they are not able to also come to the Battle of Minas Tirith, and if this would have been different, Minas Tirith would have been lost, most likely. No, that are the one with the Oliphants, the Mumakil are the Haradrim from the south, the Southerlings. Here we have an additional scene from the extended edition with the with the end draft. I think it's pronounced. I said I always thought it's pronounced drought or something like that, because, well, English is a strange language at times. And this is a very reminiscent of, first of all, they actually drink this and grow in size. That's also a topic later when in the Scouring of the Shire chapter, for example. However, this also is a reference to the Tom Bombadil Old Forest chapter, where they meet Tom Bombadil, though Tom Bombadil is not here. I love that rock cloak reveal when it flips back. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Suddenly Gimli looked up, and there, just on the edge of the fire light, stood an old bent man leaning on a staff and robed in a great cloak. Yeah, he sees him. We discussed this in a lore stream. This scene here is like in the book, in the Fellowship of the Ring book, so when they leave the Shire from Crickhollow to Bree, they have to cross the old forest, and there they get trapped by Old Man Willow. Like this. And then Tom Bombadil has to come and sing a song and say what Treebeard is going to say in a moment, without the singing, though. We just look at chat. Ruse by sudden movement, set up and started. The old man did not speak or make a sign. Yeah, we discussed this. Nice job with GGI, how Gollum. Pulling the room. What can we do for you? Said Aragorn, leaping to his feet. Come and be warm if you are cold. He strode forward, but the old man was gone. Are we in the Old Forest? Yes, we're in the Old Forest, and Treebeard is now bringing Merry and Pippin to the council. Well, currently just walking. Merry asks, why are there so few of you? The Endwives. Drought also exists. It means when there's no water, at a time where there's little rain, basically. And it's spelled very similar than the other word. Draft, whatever. It's still a strange way. I was always surprised. Sometimes I read word and then I think, oh, that's how you pronounce it. Ah, it's so nice seeing them to walk. I like this scene now when they come to Edoras. Meduseld. Theoden, king. I love the scenes. I understand your confusion, the native English speaker. Yeah, definitely. I appreciate your understanding and forgive me my mistakes. I often might in pronunciation pronounce English words, but sometimes it's really difficult. Like English grammar-wise is relatively good and learnable, and I wouldn't say easy, but in the widest sense relatively easy compared to Latin or something like this, or also German grammar is, I assume, for most people, a nightmare. I guess not as bad as, for example, shoutouts to the Polish people. They, I think, also really tough language to learn. And some other Slavic languages as well. But English pronunciation is like a nightmare because it's sometimes impossible to guess how something is pronounced. That's also one of the reasons why I started trying to research the Tolkien's pronunciations and the Old English, Old Norse pronunciations, because they have something consistent. Because for me as a not native speaker, it's difficult to Englishise some of these words that are, for example, not mentioned in films and so on. Like, how do you pronounce Nirnais Arnödiad or something like this in English? Like, how do you Englishise that? So I decided very early on to go with the original pronunciation, if that makes sense. The actor of Grima is, I think, also really in his role. I did German grammar in secondary school as a teenager, still have PTSD, or still have a bad memory of Daddy Does. Yeah, it's complicated. I mean, Daddy Does, I think, is the easiest. The most complicated thing in German, I think, is the combination of Daddy Does, einer, eines, ein, einer, eines, and then adjectives on top of that, in between a noun. And suddenly you have the weirdest combinations. There's so many possibilities how to combine this. As a German, I just do this by instinct because it's my native language. But if you have to learn this, holy moly, it's just a nightmare, I think. Like, I don't know, 20, 30 different combinations or something like this. Funny thing is, a lot of Germans also do the grammar wrong. I recently saw on YouTube, sometimes it's interesting to see some people, what do people think about when they lived like in Germany or whatever country they are from another thing. There was like a girl from Japan, or a young woman from Japan, and she lived in Germany for some time, and she could still speak German quite well, and she said something grammatically correct that most Germans would say wrong, which was very impressive. In German, we have the tendency to not use the genitive correctly. We often replace it by other means, which is grammatically wrong. But yeah, you often hear it, and she said it right with the genitive. On the oral examination, I did well because our teachers prepared as well. Then immediately forget most things. Yeah, after the exam. There's an interesting scene in the book, actually. I liked how Gandalf looks to the other guys. Yeah, your weapons. Interestingly, in the book, Aragorn here has already his sword Anduril. And he says, I'm not parting with that sword. This is Anduril. Only the heir of Isildur can wield this sword. Like, nobody touches it. And he agrees to, okay, I will put Anduril here at this wall, and nobody touches the sword. And that's a really pretty cool scene in the book, in my opinion. Like, in the film, he has Anduril not yet. In the books, he gets it reforged when they leave Rivendell. So, or when they're still in Rivendell, it's reforged, and when the ring goes south, I think he gets it. I also like these guys looking for trouble. They're walking parallel. It's a cool shot, in my opinion. Looking at those guys, they look mean. Maybe we learned some more names of Gandalf. Love spell, hard to say word for me. Ill news, translated. Gandalf, Stormcrow, Greyheim. These guys looking, I love this parallel shot. The thing is, they know it's wrong, yeah. I like how he holds his hands and well, let's maybe see, maybe that's a good thing to him. The performance of Grima, the actor, is really, really good. I think I think not Christopher Tolkien, Peter Jackson is his name, the director. And I love how Theoden just starts laughing in this scene. But he says basically didn't he say about the Grima's actor that he was always in the role, like he never left it? The bringing of the spell, yeah. It's exaggerated in the film a little bit and put more supernatural power on it. In practice, it was really Grima worm-tonguing his way through it, convincing Theoden and poisoning him in secret, and trying to play the different parties in this place against each other. Due to him poisoning, Theoden fell ill and was weak. When you are weak and ill, you can't think maybe fully clearly, and so on and so on. He potentially learned a thing or two from Saruman, Grima, and he used this. He did method actor style, yeah. Actor played Grima, also great in Star Trek Next Generation. Yeah, he was also in Voyager, right? Such a cool scene. Theoden is such a cool character, I think. I like him so much. Although, of course, the actor, fantastic. The sword called Herogrim. I like the scene so much where basically Aragorn says already enough blood was spilled. Yeah, I mean something like cruel, savage, or very fierce, something like this, according to the thing. I think I looked it up, but I forgot exactly. Theoden King. And now Grima leaves this place here. Out of both, TNG is better though. Yeah, TNG also like more than Voyager, to be fair. Here the song. I think often people make fun of the singing of Eowyn. I think it's a bit unfair, to be honest, because she's sad. Like Theodred was like a brother to her. It's definitely tough to endure. And she sings a lament. In Old English. Technically, they, like in the world itself, they spoke not Old English, but the language they speak is represented in the books by Old English. That's true. Not all people do this, but that's why I can tell you. They also have the symbol mine. The cool cut here they do. I like the cut a lot from the singing to the closed grave, because it's such a iconic way, such a core way of doing film. You know what I mean? Like in film, I think Peter Jackson also says this in the making of, you can kind of bend time and space, and that's exactly what they do here. Yeah, that's a good point. Don't mind the Dane. It's always complicated. The problem is I'm so used to saying that, because I'm just every time I talk a Lord of the Rings, I'm saying Doin instead of Dane. Though Doin is an extreme example. I would definitely say the dwarven names you can Englishise without having... It's not wrong to do this, to be honest. I just don't know how to say it. Like, it's kind of complicated. Like, same with Isengard. I think you can Englishise it, or Hornburg. But to be honest, I think Hornburg sounds kind of cool. They don't expect this, and just, you know. There was a thing I wanted to say about the death. He died. He's lamenting. I had a sword. It's gone. In the books, they go out to the Battle of Isen. Like, they leave Edoras. The people of Edoras stay in Edoras in the book. And there's a second battle of the Fort of Isen where Saruman floods basically in and wants to destroy Rohan completely. And on the way, there's a messenger called Ceorl. It's written C-E, like Eorl, the first king of Rohan, just with a C at the beginning, C-E-A-R-O-L. And the C in this case, I assume it's pronounced like Ch. So T-S, Ceorl. Or Ceorl. I think it's more a ch sound, so Ceorl. Whatever, doesn't matter. He meets them on the way, brings the message that the battle is already lost and the people scattered and so on in the meantime. And then Theoden, with the advice of Gandalf, decides to go also to the Hornburg, and gather there. So it's very different here compared to the books. The people of Edoras are not evacuated in the book. It's only the people of the Westfold being evacuated to the Hornburg. It's also a difference. Due to making the video recently, I reread all the chapters here. Quite a bit, not everything, I would say. So a lot of the details are kind of fresh in my mind compared to previous years. I always said that Lord of the Two Towers is a book I read the least. So I often forget things, but currently some chapter knowledge is there again. Imagine me right now raising my arm in the air with a fist. Doing never. Yeah, it's a bit strange. There's a comment by the children of Tolkien, or Tolkien comments on it. I forgot where it was, where he says basically his children poke fun of the dwarven names, like glowing doing something like this. So it is potentially indicated that Tolkien, of course, knew the reconstructed phonology of Old Norse, so potentially used these names until, well, they're actually pronounced Doin. And then they made fun of it. But whatever. In a reading, Tolkien also did not use the Old English pronunciation. What you doing? Cymbalmine, Saruman. Yeah, there's a very important detail about Theoden here. Theoden, when he is like, I never noticed. I think when I made my video recently, I noticed this. I think I said this in the Hunt for Gollum video or in the Prelude to the Lord of the Rings video, that Theoden and Denethor II are actually very similar characters. Not characters, but their history is very similar. Like, both lost their son, or one of their sons in the case of Denethor, almost the second one as well. Both lost their wife early, which definitely also had an impact on them, and so on. Both are also hard pressed in the events of history. Like, there were definitely easier times, and so on. Both had kind of I wouldn't say that's not true for like the father of Theoden had history with Theoden's grandfather, so with his father. So Thengel and Fengel, they kind of didn't like each other at all, and so on. There's maybe some doubt in Theoden as well, in the case. Like, I think Saruman taunts him with, "You are a lesser son of greater sires." And that's not true. Theoden is an absolute legend. Exactly. Both go into a very... They both feel hopeless, exactly. Both go though and develop in a different direction. Like, Denethor, when Aragorn as Thorongil comes into his service, he's, he doesn't trust him. He sees a rival in him. He doesn't see the help he can offer. And this is why he becomes like this. There is, like, you could say, Denethor II wanted to also be liked, or want to impress his father Ixelion II, I think, and so on. Also really like this description here with a book, and you see the ring of Barahir here. Very important ring. We'll come to this in a moment. But yeah, it's interesting. They took a different path, and Theoden becomes a legend. And when at the end of Lord of the Rings, when Theoden is brought to his funeral, so to say, spoiler, then Galadriel, Celeborn, Elrond, Eladan, Elrohir, Arwen, all the people, a lot of the free people of Middle-earth accompany him. And Tolkien writes that never had a king of Rohan such company on his funeral. And I think that's very powerful. I think it's very powerful, in my opinion. It's just... And in contrast, the funeral of Denethor is not even mentioned. Because Denethor was in deep despair and went into madness, and he was kind of strained by his use of the Palantir in the past, and he saw definitely definitely saw no hope there. He saw the ships coming and said, okay, Gondor, that was it. The ships, the Corsair's coming as well. People get out there. And then in the scene, Aragorn comes out of it. Denethor, early on, Thorongil tries to convince Denethor and Ixalion especially to listen to Gandalf's advice and not to Saruman's. At this point, though, when Thorongil is in the service, Thorongil and Gandalf do not know that Saruman is a traitor. They just don't agree with his approach, so to say, and think Gandalf is the wiser one and has a better approach to dealings of Middle-earth. The message that Saruman is a traitor doesn't reach Gondor early enough, I think. Definitely. Denethor was not naive, that is true. So yeah, but Denethor, both interesting characters, and I never noticed the contrast, the similarities between both stories. Yeah, he went for toe to toe with Sauron for a while, and he did not break. Like, he did not went under the control of Sauron. It had a strain on his mind and brought despair into his mind and heart, and kind of later with all the other events, like a lot of things went bad in Denethor's life. His wife died. This hit him really hard. And then when Boromir died, plus the hopelessness, he kind of snapped. Like, it was too much for him. So yeah, I don't think that they know that Gandalf and Saruman are Maya. That was also a question, chat. I don't think so. That's a cool scene here. From a you don't have any friend. You know what's strange in this scene here? If you think about it, he stands on the same position, and then the camera switches between left and right. And this kind of breaks camera filmmaking rule, the axis rule or whatever it's called, that you always stay on the same side. Like, usually you would only stay on the left side or on the right side, but you would not switch sides. But here, because they have to film it this way, they have to switch sides. Very strange. So might not have dominated any sort, but still fooled him in the sense of showing him how fast the armies of Mordor were. Yeah. Such a cool scene here, the dialogue with Smeagol, and Gollum. Like when we started, he didn't know his name anymore, kind of. Then he remembered, and now he kind of tried to. I like this cut here so much. He ruins it. Hey, Balder, nice to see you. Make some dinner, so if I could have a proper break, that would be great. We wanted Gollum to be redeemed, yeah. It's not going to happen. He also broke his promise. And he did terrible things. Even, whatever. Like to kind of get around his oath, he brings him to Shelob's lair so that Shelob might kill Frodo, which is a thing in the third film, but in the book it's also part of the Two Towers book, Shelob's lair. Haradrim. Getting through Ithilien. A very important scene is going to show up, I think. In my opinion, a very important small scene, only in the extended cut. The Oliphaunts, also an important scene. Was Sam to see that. Yeah, here in this scene, we have now this guy falling down. I think in the book he's in a tree or something and gets shot down and falls in front of Sam. And Sam asks the question that Boromir is going to ask. Here's also the break in a moment, if I remember correctly. Now, this is a scene. That's a quote from the book. And this question that Tolkien raises here is definitely important, because often Tolkien gets, in my opinion, now we have the, I think, break. Yeah, that's a breaking point. A lot of time Tolkien gets a criticism. Oh, I have to pause. Oh no, chat, we have to pause. Forgot about it. So, break time, chat, we have to pause, chat. A lot of Tolkien gets a criticism of racism in a way, because all the bad guys are always from other countries and other dark-skinned people and so on. But I think in this scene Tolkien makes it clear that it's just that he doesn't think that all the people that look different and from other countries are evil, but it is other countries attacking another country, and then there's a clear distinction between friend and foe, between these countries in war. It's kind of how war works. I think this question kind of puts away that Tolkien did not think that just because of your skin color, belief, or where you're from, that you're automatically the enemy or a foe. I think there's a lot of nuance that often gets a bit lost. I think that's why in the book and so on it's a very important scene. I'm glad also that it was included in the film, because that's important. Like Tolkien even said in a letter that also the dorks are not completely irredeemable. So if the orcs can find redemption as well, then I guess everybody can in a way. And that is a very important message. We do the pause now. I already stopped the timer. So I have to switch things. So pause now. I will mute the stream, maybe show you an ad or two. And 1 hour 46 something. I'm a bit over it already. No buzz, I did not know that. Yeah, Jack goes and makes dinner really quick. I also could grab a snack, chat. So I would say we make like let's say 10-minute break, maybe 15. No, my 10 minutes could be also 15. I try to be fast, and maybe I come back earlier, then we can just talk a little bit, continue. So people maybe want to eat something, or hungry, need to grab a new snack or a drink. Do this now. I shut up for a moment, and then we are back. Give you like a 10-minute timer or something. Let me just I need to switch the disk. I hope there won't be, like, often I have the problem with how do you call it, the problem with what's it called, technical difficulty. Sometimes I don't get the signal from my PlayStation. I don't know why that is. Whatever, it's not your problem, it's a me problem. So I hope, like, when I would get technical problems, we might need a moment longer. But yeah, hey Tremoxo, nice to see you. We're currently in the beginning of making a break, so you like often say in the German channel, the P in TPH games stand for pause, and that is what we're going to have, a little break here. So see you in a moment, chat. I shut up for the time being. Maybe I'll come back in a moment. Maybe I'll run from some ads or something. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I hope you're also back. I should be still an ad running or so, but I'm kind of back. Hey, want ice cream? Nope. No ice cream for me. I would not mind, to be honest. Cousin Mozart Baggins as cousins. One's doing the poetry. Goethe Baggins and Schiller Baggins, yeah. A Lembas flavor ice cream, that would be funny. Not sure how Lembas taste though. We're the first secret gay couple in the Shire. Now, well, there's a lot of fan arts and fan fiction going to this direction. One scoop of Lambas and one scoop of Eowyn stew. Oh no, not Eowyn stew. It's a queer place and its folks are queerer. I guess. I assume so. Lambas probably tastes like the Bundeswehr hardcakes. I think are they called Panzerkekse? Something like that. Tank biscuits. I don't know what they were called. Panzerschokolade. Okay, chat. So, I would say the break was relatively long. I would assume it was very long. Longer than most other breaks. That sound doesn't work. I hope everybody's back. And we can resume the film. I already got my stuff here running, I think. Just want to push a button. Yeah, don't worry, Jack. That looks very aggressive. I agree. But okay, so we start a moment. Now we have, not only second breakfast or second dinner, whatever you call it. What do you call the evening snack? Yeah, dinner. Supper. Whatever. So yeah, not only that, we have second timer as well. So this timer is now for the second disc for people who might have it. I have it second disc, so I don't know. Just give it to you because it's well not so problematic. We will. I start the first timer a bit later again because it ran for like 10 seconds or something like that before I stopped it. So it's a bit in advance, but roundabout it should help us sync up together with all the people here. And we continue in a moment. I give you a countdown from 3 again. And I start the timers and so on and so forth. On paper, I think I should be ready here. So chat, I hope everybody's back, and I know it's already late, but we still have like quite a bit to go, so we should start without too much delay. And I would say we start, chat, in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Now we have the story of the dwarf woman. I try to sync the timers in a way that both kind of work. But yeah, what Gimli is referencing here is what we find in the appendices, that most people can't differentiate male and female dwarves from each other. That was for a long time an assumption that they have beards. There's a text of Tolkien in, I think, War of the Jewels, which explicitly says that female dwarves also have beards. There's only one text in Nature of Middle-earth that can be interpreted in a way. It's a bit worded strangely. It's an answer to like question of fans or something, where Tolkien kind of explains it in a weird way, that it could be interpreted in a way that female dwarfs don't have necessarily. Not all female dwarfs have beards, but who knows. We also learned that dwarfs have beards even from their birth on, and that they never really shave them except in mockery as punishment or something. And here we have the infamous stew. Delicious. Good. This gives Aragorn a lot of with Thengel, the grandfather. '87. This dude gives him a lot of power because he survived that. That basically after that there's nothing that is able to kill him, basically. It's the ultimate test, I guess, for him. But yeah, interestingly we learned this. I think he talks to Eomer. I remember this, we talked about this already earlier in the scene. And I think he says something like this as well. And it's one of the only references I found where he said, yeah, well, I talked to Theoden back in the day. So we definitely knew Theoden as Thengel. If it's not recorded that Theoden recognizes him, that, hey, weren't you this Thorongil guy that was here and so on. But Eomer, when this happened, wasn't born. So, of course, he doesn't know Eomer yet. And Theoden was like 17 or something like this at this time. Was very young. Okay, my chat is maybe not working, is it? No, people are not writing. Are you people writing? Because currently my chat... I mean, I refresh one time. I'm a bit paranoid when it comes to the chat not moving. Okay, Blackwards writes hello. Seems to work. You are just silent. We're watching the movie. Okay, sorry. My mistake. I forgot about that. Yeah, they bring in Arwen again. They also had the idea of bringing her to the Battle of the Hornburg. There's even like some deleted scene material of that. Yeah, very good point. Like once writes, I like that we hear the word Estelle a few times in this dialogue. Exactly. Estelle is the... When Aragorn is born, he's not revealed to him who he really is or who his father was. His father died very early. Arathorn the second. And... he's called Estelle, which is hope or high hope. It's a specific kind of hope in the Elven language that is referred to this. And yeah, then he later is revealed to be Aragorn indeed, and he's the son of Arathorn. And then Aragorn becomes Thorongil. Then he becomes Strider. Then now he's often also called Aragorn in this time here. And last he will become Elisar. King Elisar. Galadriel makes a prophecy to him that he will take this name from this elf stone that Galadriel gave to him. Which is green. And Arwen at the very end gives Frodo a white gem of her. If Aragorn is the Elisar, then this is the even, so the elf stone, and the other is maybe the even star. Who knows? That Frodo receives. I think this kind of in the films is mixed together quite a bit. Like it's a bit different compared to how it's in the books, but I guess the core essence is somewhat similar. In the books, this elf stone is made by Inerdil from Gondolin. There's also a version where the new elf stone that Aragorn then potentially gets is made by Celebrimbor as a gift for Galadriel. But the lesser version of the elf stone it is. Another version where Gandalf brings back the Elfstone from Aman back to Middle-earth because Eärendil got that one. I wonder who will play Aragorn in the new movies, yeah. Indeed. Sort of full of jewelry, that's true. But Gandalf brings back the Elfstone and gives a prophecy to Galadriel and says basically, you will not keep the stone long, and you will give it to somebody with the same name. However, there's another prophecy of Malbes, the seer, that also prophesizes that, Aragorn might be the renewer, and that he has a green jewel or something like that. We see now Legolas shooting his arrows all the time. And doing this fascinating horse mount. Malbes sounds like Macbeth. Any relationship? I don't think so. I don't know, actually. It's a good question. Maybe. Would need some research on that. But yeah, Malbes is a seer. Actually, no. I think I'm confusing it. It's not Malbes who makes this prophecy. It is I forgot the name. It is the mother of Gilrain. Malbes. No, Gilrain. I always forget the name. It starts with an I. Yorwen or something like this. Ivorwen. I think Ivorwen makes this. And this is a note we find, I think, in Peoples of Middle-earth or something. In the last History of Middle-earth book. We have Gimli doing slain walk push-ups there. No, it's not a push-up. It's, what do you call it? He benches. I think it's called benching or something, right? Back in the day, I didn't like the design of the walks, but I came around, especially after the awful thing in Rings of Power. The walk press, yeah. Bench press. That's a word, thank you. The walk press. I don't know. I think the Rings of Power walks are okayish. Yeah, walks appear here and there. The orcs stop attacking, yeah. But let's not dive into. Let's be happy with a good adaptation here, for the most part. Helm's Deep. The Susburg, as it's also called, the Southburg, wrong language. I mean, you can see that the word South and Thuth are kind of related. I hate watching it. Well, I don't do stuff. I just like watching things I like. Here we have Helm Hammerhand with a horn. Yeah, the hammer, but the reason why it's called Hammerhand is because he punched Freka, one of his lords, with potentially Dunedain, with Dunelending blood, so hard in the face that he died on the spot. And after that, he's called Hammerhand. Interestingly, here the people only of the Westfold are in the books, not of Edoras. Edoras is not evacuated. And here Erkenbrand has its thing, but Erkenbrand is actually not here. Erkenbrand left the Hornburg to gather these people scattered after the second battle of Essen. So they lost the battle, lost the forts of Essen, and the forces like Grimbold and had to retreat. Elfhelm said, well, we maybe should not hold the forts here, might be too much. Grimbold disagreed. He defended it. He had quite some losses, but he managed still to kind of retreat, and his troops scattered. And Erkenbrand now rode out for 3 days and through the land gathering these troops. And these are the troops that later will come in handy again. And this role is kind of taken over by Eomer. That's, I think, one of the main book differences. Oh, that's interesting. This is the first scene Miranda Otto shot for Two Towers. But as said, Gandalf is with them on the way. And he says, Theoden, maybe you should go to Hornburg and be there. And originally the plan was to ride out against Saruman's forces and reinforce those fighting at the forts of Essen. And then a messenger called Cheorl comes back and says, oh no, the battle is lost, people are scattered, gathering at the Hornburg. And then Theoden says, okay, then we go to the Hornburg. And Gandalf also recommences and goes off his own journey searching for Erkenbrand and other people, bring them back and trying to bring reinforcements there in time. It's also such a cool scene. We need thousands, tens of thousands. There is no such force. I like how the actor reacts seeing this, like it's a little tear. To prepare the black powder. It's not defined as black powder in the book, but it's a device of Saruman that caused the explosion later. Well, they're just to put a sign on a contract, do nothing, and get like a ridiculous amount of money for it. Of course they do that. And maybe something good comes out of this. Maybe not, who knows? Yeah. Edoras is later evacuated to Dunhag, exactly. So it's not like, maybe I said it wrong, like Edoras is evacuated but not to Hornburg. It's later evacuated. But if you look at the map, the forces of Isengard Jotorohan from the west, they're not yet now started. They already had a battle. There was a second battle of the forts of Isen here. They overran it basically. And so on. Let me just see how. So Grimbold is, I think, in the next film. There's a scene. I assume this is supposed. He's only in Return of the King. We don't see him here. And we have Elfhelm. I'm not sure if we see him somewhere in the background or so, maybe. Would have been great for Iconic. Has a 2-second appearance in the next movie. Yeah, very short one, right? Just try to look it up. Like the horse kiss. Yeah, the problem is really, I think, I blame the responsible people for this, which are the showrunners. I think they have definitely writers with a name in their writing team, but for whatever reason, the overall vision is not coherent where the show wants to go, and that's a big problem in my opinion. The writing is sometimes okay, but often nothing connects well. It feels like, they said this in interviews, it seems as well, that they kind of think in cool scenes they want to see. It doesn't matter if the scene makes sense or anything, you just want to see the cool scene there. But that's not how Tolkien would write a story like this, and it's very unfortunate in my opinion. I think this political debate when it comes to Rings of Power is absolutely overblown in my opinion. Like, the problem is just bad writing. It's not necessarily whatever political agenda or whatever. I'm so sick of hearing that. But the Black Dwarf and the Black Elf is not the problem. The Black Elf is the best elf in the show. Disa is also a beloved character in the show. I don't care if she's black or whatever color. She could be violet or whatever. Or green. I wouldn't care. Like, she's a good actress. They're good actors. I see why they got the job, because they're good at what they're doing. Didn't you just write you shouldn't hate people? I would also agree with you there. I think they're fantastic actors, but do a good job. It's not their fault that they got hired. I don't mind that they do blind casting, or color blind casting. I don't want to have this discussion here, you know. Let's just focus on a good movie. They accepted the assignment, yeah, but that why shouldn't they accept the assignment? Like, there was a role. They were not excluded by the writers. They said you can have a role. Some people even didn't know for what role they were exactly casting, to be honest. And they accepted that. That's not their fault. It's just doing their job. You can't blame people for it. I know what even what is the political stuff even about you're talking? Like, what is there political? I don't get the political dimension of it. Do taxes get raised because there are black people or whatever? Do there are tariffs on stuff because there are black people in the Amazon show? No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just a stupid term for it, calling everything political. Nothing to do with politics. That's just to do with colorblind casting, which is a process that exists for ages. Like, there was even Shakespeare things where, for example, they switched the roles that Othello wasn't is usually played by a black guy, and they switched this around and so on. I think was even Patrick Stewart involved into this, because just to change and mix things up from a stereotypical casting all the time, which you can criticize, and I get this might be immersion breaking, but I wouldn't just blame politics and everything and that is not the problem. Actors are not the problem of the show. The writing is a problem. The writing is just unfortunately terrible. Yeah, the biggest problem of the show is the writing is trash. There could be, like, if Disa and Arondir would be white, would the show be any better? No, it would not be better. So why are we even talking about this? This is a problem. This is a problem which really seriously pisses me off. People blame stupid things that are not the problem. Like, the writers and the showrunners did a bad job, then it's their fault, and we start blaming the actors for it. Like, what is this madness? But I don't want to get angry here because it really pisses me off. I have to admit, it really makes me angry. Like, we must stop blaming. Like, I don't know where this idea comes from. In my opinion, it's absolute madness. There is a very simple method mankind has developed over 100,000 years. It's called logic, and people stop using it. Like, the writing is bad, blame the actors. No, blame the writers. That's the problem. The show isn't even about, I don't know, the show just doesn't care about skin color. Like, the show is not about that Arondir is a black elf and is different from all the other elves because he's black. That is not the writing of the show. He's just an elf as everybody else and just a black actor. They ignore the fact that they do this. Dude, stop writing such nonsense in my chat, please. Can we move to the film? No, they don't hate white skin because they have white actors. Galadriel, for example, is not black. If they would hate white skin, every actor would not be white. So your logic is not existent. Like, can we stop blaming, I don't know, just constructs that some people, I don't know, have in their minds for stupid stuff? It's just so annoying. How do you rate the map? I like the map. Would like to have it on my wall, to be honest. White Western identity. No, I don't think that's Lord of the Rings at all. I think the message of Lord of the Rings is that even if you're from the Shire, a very place in the land side, and you're just a small hobbit and weak, it doesn't matter where you're from. It doesn't matter if you have great ancestors that were warriors or kings or sorcerers of old. It doesn't matter at all. This guy here, Frodo, does something, and Tolkien writes nobody else in Middle-earth could have done it. And he's not from the line of Isildur or Elendil or Gil-galad or the line of Finwë, of Thingol, of, I don't know, Ingwe or whoever. Tolkien says basically, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you have a good heart, you can overcome evil. You can do the right thing. You can do more. And if you add your, I don't know, skin color identity nonsense into this, I think you're definitely misunderstanding Tolkien quite a bit. Sure, Tolkien is definitely writing from a very European, especially English perspective, but it doesn't matter where you're from, how you look, or whatever. Like, we have the dwarves in it. Dwarves look very different from the other people. All people here come together and work together. The free people for their freedom. That's a very powerful message. And now we come and are sad that there are black actors in some random TV show that's badly written. Sorry, it's just nonsense. Yeah, he writes this wizard, or I don't know who's writing that. Tolkien writes that they are... The skin, I don't want to start this discussion. Doesn't matter which skin color, if they're brownish or if they look more like, I don't know, let's say Italian people are from the skin color browner than or darker than, I don't know, people from Sweden. It doesn't matter if they are black or Asian or whatever. It simply does not matter. I don't get this idea why people are so... especially, it is not a topic inside the story of itself. It's just the casting. It's simply just the casting. It doesn't matter. Like, they're not telling Arondir as a black elf. This is not the story. Arondir is just an elf as everybody else. He is potentially a white elf. Looks like in the world as everybody else. He's just played by a black actor. And he's a fantastic actor. And that we have discussed this every time I talk about this show. I'm so sick of this. You have no idea how incredibly sick I am of this stupid debate. I think it's just stupid. I'm not saying the people debating this are stupid, but I think the idea behind it is not a great thing to debate and leads just to nonsensical nonsense. Yeah, exactly. In Rings of Power, there are also no black elves. There are just elves played by black actors. Why, I'm not sure why people can't understand that. Dude, can't you seriously understand this? That it is not a topic. I hate this. I don't like the show at all. I don't like Rings of Power, but I don't like when people bring up stuff that is not correct. In the show, it is never, and I watched every episode at least 5 times. Again, kind of because I cover it. There is not a single instance where it is made clear that Arondir looks different than any other elf in the show. It's simply not a topic. He's played by a black actor, but inside the world, he is not different from any other elf. I don't know what is so hard to understand there. Be brave. And we all agree show sucks. Yeah, I don't like the show, but if somebody enjoys the show, more power to him. It's good to enjoy something, but yeah, I'm also... We won't ever make a watch party of season 1, ever. But let's return... I'm sorry, let's return to the film here. Why are you talking, dude? Can we stop that? Please. Can we now... Like, that's why I don't like mentioning the show. That's also the reason why I never use Rings of Power screenshots in my videos anymore, because I don't want this discussion. I simply don't want this discussion. Can we now stop with it? And whoever is participating there, let us just return to Two Towers. I myself must include there because I also got carried away. Sorry for that. Let's just return to Two Towers and never talk about this stupid show ever again. I don't want 1v1 or discussions. If you want to meet in private and discuss this, feel free to do so. Let's just focus. Yeah, I said I have to include myself, but let us just go back and watch Two Towers. Because I don't like the show either, and I have to defend it consistently against stuff. And that also goes on my nerves quite a bit. And that's why I try to avoid talking about the show. Because I don't want this discussion. It triggers myself. It triggers some other people. That is good. If we mean me with weak, I'm fine with being weak. Because that's also something the story is about. Being weak and then overcome your weakness and do great things. Love Lord of the Rings for that. Can we now stop calling names and stuff? Can we just return watching the film? Sorry I even tried to this. I even went or got carried away. Also, I would like to not call anybody in chat. Can we just stop that? Attacking each other. Thank you. Very important scene now. I think this kind of brings back Gollum to the table. Smeagol feels betrayed by his master in a way. It's kind of an interesting thing that from the perspective of Gollum, he feels betrayed, but in the end, his master saved, or Frodo saves his life in a way. Poor Gollum. Can we stop and continue, chat, please? But the man is some of the biggest beefs with the movie. I can definitely see that they treat him well, that they don't treat him this well. Sure, Paul. No, stop, Trumok. So we don't do this. It's difficult to. I won't kick somebody for, even though I disagree with him with his opinion, as long as it's not going too much. Let's just not attack each other and just focus on the stuff here. It's made lesser so he can pass the test with the books he did from the start. No, the problem is that I started the discussion. It's my fault, actually. I should have not started the discussion, but it triggers me so much. Maybe I have to establish rules for the future. Like, if somebody just mentions Rings of Power, I just ban him for the day or something. Let's just never talk about this show. It never leads to something good, unfortunately. Let's just hope that the films get better that are coming. I would like that people say, "Oh, very nice film," like Two Towers or Return, Fellowship. They treat poor Gollum horribly. It's so interesting, I think, this scene. I think it's an interesting scene because it makes you question a few things, you know? You feel bad for Gollum, you have empathy with him, you feel he's treated wrong here. But in a way, in the moments you see like it's kind of a perspective thing in a strange way. Like when you see Gollum treat other people, like how Gollum treats other people wrong, betrays them, lies to them, kills them, you would say this guy deserves death. I think this play here is very, very good, simply because you have mercy with him, with a character that you could portray him in a way where you say this guy deserves no mercy at all. And this is also what Frodo at the beginning says when he says, "I wish Bilbo had killed him." And then Gandalf almost scolds him with the infamous words, "Some that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them?" It's kind of the fascinating thing about this scene. Like, if you look at the character Gollum in of himself, you could definitely argue, well, he begged for it. He deserves it. Yeah, movie Faramir is definitely very different from... I think in the extended edition, movie Faramir works a bit better. The music is also awesome. Just want to point it out. It depends on how you portray Gollum. You have to always keep this in mind. Like you could also portray Gollum in a lot of flashbacks with the terrible things he has done, and you would definitely, like, you could portray him in a way that you would hate him, absolutely hate him. And you would say, yeah, he deserves it. He deserves being punched there. Every single punch and kick he has deserved. That's kind of the art of what Tolkien accomplishes, I think, and also I think Peter Jackson accomplishes here. That he does not portray him like this. And you have actually mercy with him and feel bad for him that he's not treated well and so on. But in a way, you could definitely say, well, it can be understood. A bit overconfident. Also, like he says later, he can't show doubt in front of his men. In the books, Sam compares Faramir to Wizard. It's not clear if Gollum really killed children, to be fair, but he killed his best friend for the ring. You could say it's the ring's fault and so on. He also spied on others and Legolas is always clean and tidy. Well, he's an elf. Scold's Frodo about Gollum definitely made me rethink compassion and empathy in my own life. The books and movie, but movie hit harder. Such an iconic scene, definitely. And it's really a complicated matter in my opinion, because you could definitely from the receiving end perspective, you could say, well, not killing Smeagol, not killing Smeagol, Gollum, on the spot, definitely causes harm to some others. He betrays Frodo later, 2 times actually. Like one time he betrays him, and Sam, he tries to play them out against each other, and so on. Frodo loses his finger due to him. I think in the book Faramir is more noble, Here in the film, they have to portray his huge conflict in himself too. He has a weapon. He wants the appreciation of his father, which Faramir definitely wants, I think. But in the book, he passes the test much more easy, as Mark has already said. And he's simply more noble. He doesn't have to treat Gollum like that, and so on and so forth. The dialogue between him and Frodo is very interesting. Yeah, it's a famous movie quote. Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Like I said, that's potential reference. In the Westfold, his son fell. But yeah, so Faramir, very interesting character. He's very wise. He has a better thing, and like somebody said, can be. I think Sam compares him to a wizard, maybe to Gandalf in a way. Now there, Lucas found the quote. "Ah, well, sir," said Sam, "you said my master had an elvish air, and that was good and true. But I can say this, you have an air too, sir, that reminds me of, well, Gandalf of wizards." "Maybe," said Faramir, "maybe you discern from far away the air of Numenor. Good night." "Yes, sir, and showed your quality the very highest." Well, Faramir is actually a student of Gandalf. Yeah, Gandalf studied in Minas Tirith for some time, and then he went to interrogate Gollum. So they definitely met at some point. Yeah, definitely. I think Theoden works so well in the films. Never realized that the fall of Westfall is akin to the death of his son. Yeah. Definitely. It makes for but they also like portray Faramir a bit more doubting and a bit shaken and so on. I think that like the same with Aragorn. Like Aragorn in the books is also a very different character. He has also a lot of self-doubt when he comes into all of this and so on. In film, book Aragorn is also much more. He knows his mission and he has to fulfill it, and he will. He's still humble considering his lineage and task and what he has accomplished. But I think in film you need this. You need this character development for in film to work. In book you have so much time and so on and so forth. Books simply work so different compared to film. Yeah, definitely. I could imagine that he saw. I think it's that's difficult to like in the book. You have all the background story about Aragorn in all the time. You learn, okay, this character had a development through all of this, and so on and so forth. But in the film, you can't tell all of this, so you have to do it on the way. Like the character development of Aragorn, when they meet Strider, is already completed Like Aragorn is already the hero. Aragorn is already at his peak. And that's why they have to change it. Same, I guess, a bit with Boromir. With Faramir. I think that makes Faramir also very, like, very likable in a way. Yeah, it's true. In the credits of War of the Rohirrim, there's also a tribute to Theoden's actor. I also think they had a younger actor for Aragorn originally in mind, and then he said it was too young. They need somebody old, and then he came with Viggo Mortensen and brought him into the film. Don't be hasty, Mary. Almost said no, but for a son, yeah. Harles is the son of Helm Hammerhand. Or the name of the son of Helm Hammerhand. And Hama is also the son of Helm Hammerhand. Harles and Hama were the names of his sons. I'm not sure if they got the names from there, but there's also, I think, a Hama in the troop, whatever. Yeah, Hama gets eaten by, I think, yeah, you're right. Hama is, I think, eaten by the walk, right? Now, we're not at Haldir yet. But yeah, Haldir gives a hug like humans, so sentiment. Open the gate. The sound here in the background reminds me a bit of the music of the bolero of Maurice Ravel. My 20-year-old version is definitely shorter, I see. Now Haldir comes. I kind of like the addition of elves at Helm's Deep, yeah, definitely. Touch of Wagner, yeah, maybe also that. They haven't made a gag in a long time, so there must be now a joke in a moment. I like the silence here and these area shots and so on. I still like that they don't overdo it with the jokes, you know? Modern films, I feel often like the joke density is far too high. Good jokes cover up bad writing. Maybe. I think this is again the daughter of, or the children of Fran Walsh and Peter Jackson, right? That means halt, I think, translated. How old is Gimli here? That's a good question, to be honest. I'm not sure how old Gimli is. Either he's 87 or 120 something. No, he's over 100. He's born 2879, Gimli. So he is. I can't calculate this in my head. I'm too bad at math. This battle is 3019. "140 is Gimli here already. He's from the line of Durin, kind of. Sideline, whatever. So he gets 250 or something. Gimli is turned 62 when he sailed west. Insanely old dwarf. Interestingly, he also says something Filin. Filin is fire, arrow. What is interesting in this context, I think in the prologue scene we see Elrond saying also this line, Tangardo hide, and then blah blah blah, Filin. Now it says Aragorn says it here. The Uruk should have brought some of the old twiddly widdly, like Doin Dane and in the Battle of. That is also such a strange thing. That's much older than I would have guessed. Yeah, also, so I think I thought he was, like I said, 120 or something, or 140. I'd say my head he was around 100 something. So Wilhelm screen. I like how Legolas kind of knows that this will push Gimli to a better performance. A bit of competition here is not bad, I think. Gimli was already born during The Hobbit, yes. He was at around at the time of The Hobbit he was already how old? Oh no, Mars. 21 plus 41, 62, I think. Good morning. He was too young to join the quest. Yeah. Like Doin Ironfoot when he killed Azog in the Battle of Azanul Bizarre, the Battle of Dimriel Dale, he was 34 or something. He was extremely young for Hobbit. Like, usually you would be not considered a young Hobbit dwarf. A young dwarf or an adult dwarf with like around the 50s, I think. Maybe 70s. I forgot the exact things. I think the youngest dwarf in the Hobbit was, I'm not sure if it was Keely or Ori. Keely is 25 years older than Gimli. Ori. How old is Ori? Ori was round about the same. No, maybe Keely was the youngest. I'm not sure. So Keely was already 70 something at this point. And what's that ugly creature? A goblin? That's why we let Gimli. Now we have the device of Saruman blowing up the wall. Yeah, during the wars there with the dwarves and orcs, potentially every dwarf was mustered for sure. I find it funny in this scene when they this shield wall pushes up to the door, that some of the orcs just fall down anyway when the the ram is pushed through the shield thing. Legolas sliding down the stair. Good attrition exercise bonus for them, for sure. Yeah, the only time I can remember somebody is considered too old for a quest is Bilbo after the Council of Elrond, yes. And when later they have the coronation in Minas Tirith, Bilbo is also invited, but he can't make the travel anymore. He's too old. Yeah, for sure. But you are part of this world. But still, everybody, apart from Boromir, respects Bilbo for offering to go. Yeah. I mean, they also know Bilbo. Like, Boromir doesn't know Bilbo. I mean, also, Elrond was against Merry and Pippin going on to the quest. Especially Pippin, because he was still so young. I think this scene is kind of reflected in The Hobbit again, which I find understandable but somewhat strange when Thranduil is fighting in Dale, in the ruins of Dale, and he sees all the fallen elves there, and then says enough blood of the elves has been spilled. Now comes this scene. We have the thumbnail here of this scene coming up in a moment. The dwarf toss. And though it's a dwarf toss, I think it's not against the TOS. The guard Emperor's Hammer, captain of the guard of Theoden dies. Haldir, also guard captain Tolorian dies. The guard well, the guards have not an easy time, I guess. The dwarf toss. Really strong wood, I think. Is it wood? Potentially it's metal. Still very strong. Strong rope then. Very powerful hands he has, like holding himself and a dwarf in full clad armor with one hand. That's no. I think Emery's not here today. She was earlier, but was I think leaving home doing, I don't know, something with friends or so. Let's got 100. They still count as one, to be fair, Joe. Mega letters, yeah. I have to think of a funny meme, but which I can't repeat here. The Ents are taking the hobbits to Isengard. God. Yeah. Here we have an interesting shot. We see Osgiliath in the distance. Again. Osgiliath, attacked quite a few times. It's not an intact capital at this point. It's just fought over on and off all the time. In Orcish, that would mean horde, I think. Seems to be different in Elvish, in Entish. Also, I hope the chat is still working. No, it seems to work. Sometimes the YouTube chat just gets stuck and doesn't update anymore, and then I don't see new messages. It's kind of frustrating. So maybe let's not poke fun at other people. It's just not. We will cover the next season anyway, and then I have to endure all the comments for like 2 or 3 months, and then it's over again, hopefully. But yeah, Osgiliath fighting, kind of interesting, I think. There was like a lot of fighting. At the beginning of Lord of the Rings, when the Nazgûl are still searching for the Shire and Baggins, Sauron attacks Osgiliath to test the strength of Gondor, and also he brings his Nazgûl there. So I think Faramir or Boromir says there's like a force they have not felt before, something like this. And this is to allow his Nazgûl to slip through, cross the river unnoticed, and then they go to Dol Guldur from there. On the way, they get their horses and are clad. They're invisible, actually, when they cross the river here at this place. Because due to them having this aura of terror around them, they are not really good at going somewhere in secret. The mantles they get help a little bit. Gonna destroy the bridges as a defense measure in the books? Good question. I would say yes, because there's always a mention of the orcs crossing the river somehow, finding ways. I don't know how it's worded exactly. It's a good question though, Joe. Shriekers. But yeah, this Osgiliath was originally the capital of Gondor, and Minas Tirith and Minas Ithil were just 2 big cities of Gondor in this area, but the capital where the kings like Isildur and Anarion once resided was Osgiliath. But Gondor got weaker and weaker over time to the point where they could not defend Osgiliath anymore. There was also a big Palantir stored in Osgiliath, but it got lost when it was destroyed at one point. I just joined, welcome. Barracuda. Yeah, it's a cool concept, but I did not invent it. It exists for a long time. I mean, in an ideal world, it would be awesome to stream it, the film itself, so you can watch it here without any problems, but that's obviously not legal to do so, and I don't want to get my channel compromised. It's time for Erkenbrand, yeah. I like the question here of Theoden. What can men do against such reckless hate? If I could stream the movie, I would pause it too many times for map time. Yeah, maybe. Oh, that is it's a good call by Mark. There's a weird scene with two elves riding out, but there's only Legolas, so it's Legolas times 2. It's for a very brief moment when they ride out on the bridge down to the slope thing, this road that leads to the main gate of the Hornburg. I also like how he blows the horn there. He calls them Eorlingas, which is how the people of Rohan also call themselves. Eorl, the first king of Rohan. And now if you look closely, in one scene, maybe we won't see it even, you will see that there are two blonde elf people. And Legolas is riding down the slope 2 times. I don't know why. We watched it here. There's Legolas 1 and there's another blonde Legolas. Like, who's the dude right next to Theoden? And then behind him there's another Legolas. I don't know why though. And here comes Erkenbrand in the books with Gandalf. Here though it is Eomer. Yeah, still cavalry in the house. There's a fake Eomer. Maybe it's a fake Eomer, I don't know. I think it's fun fact, yeah. Smaller TVs in 2002, for sure you didn't see that. I noticed it in the first time I watched in the cinema and let me read again. I've noticed that and wondered about it since the first time I watched it in the cinema. It's an impressive perception, Mark, I have to admit. Really well seen. I never noticed that. Maybe that's really a good idea. Maybe the one dude is Eomer or something. Or it's Elfhelm, because his name suggests that maybe he had also, I don't know, maybe blonde hair like an elf or some of the famous elves. That's why it's called Elfhelm. I mean, blonde hair is potentially among people in Rohan not unusual. Though I think in the book, Elfhelm is defending Edoras, right? He's fighting Edoras, if I remember correctly. When they arrive in Isengard, with a number of them on horses, side by side, there's Aragorn, Theoden, Gandalf, and then there's a random dude wearing Eomer's outfit. Gets interesting. This shot here with the thing collapsing looks really good. Some shots you definitely see have aged quite a bit, but some of the stuff here still looks really good. This is all miniature stuff and so on. Very impressive. I like how this one ends. Put deletes the fire on him by diving his head into the water. There is the one ring. No, Frodo, don't give it to the Nazgul. Sam to the rescue again, yeah, definitely. Just when you ask your initial question, I thought, is the dam that broke and buried all these orcs the greatest hero in this book? I found it was a funny idea, but I mean Sam. Yeah, Sam is of course definitely the greatest hero. The dam is pretty much close. This is basically second, and then first is Sam. Yeah, that should be the Ethan. I think here Faramir kind of returns to the Faramir, with one exception. I think people would now say, to the book Faramir. But yeah, he still pushes Smeagol for a moment, which people don't really like. It's not a Faramir thing to do, I think. So I feel like it kind of makes sense because he definitely doesn't trust Gollum, which is good. It also helps a bit in the development of Gollum there. I like that Gimli knows about the existence of the nervous system. I like how he looks up when Aragorn throws the apple at his head. It's kind of a funny little, I don't know, detail. Mmm, delicious. Chicken or whatever. Geflügel, what is Geflügel in English? It's not a chicken, it's maybe, what do you call it, a goose or whatever, I don't know. Let's say it's chicken. Like chicken watered in dirty water. Turkey, thank you. Poultry. Poultry in delicious dirty water. My favorite. Maybe it's a goose, I'm not sure. Perdus Maximus. Do I find Bigos, Chicos? No. I don't... Not yet fully. I like how Smeagol just slowly tries to sneak away. No. No, yes. Still mistreating Smeagol, yeah. Well, Smeagol is also a schemy little rat. He has his plans already. Yeah, okay, I now see it. I like how Sam tries to kind of explain the situation to Smeagol, trying to say, well, I know we weren't treated unwell. I'm not a fan of it, but the other option would be death. The Grey Company is unfortunately missing completely in the films, but it would be just introduced too many characters, I think. The cute scene. It's a kind of very impressive scene. Simply because too risky. It's not only too risky, he would break his oath. I mean, he potentially doesn't care anyway about this. Let's hurt. No, do it. That's such a cool shot with Barad-dûr, the Nazgûl, and their flying steeds flying there, and Mount Doom in the background. And with this we come to an end. 3 hours 34 the runtime roundabout. That was The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers. It was a far too long excursion into other territories. Oh, sorry for that again, chat. I got carried away, sorry. Didn't want to ruin your experience of the watch party here. We have to really establish a rule for that next time. And Two Towers is unruinable. You definitely like. It's such a great movie. I think just ignoring it's in my opinion, a pretty decent Lord of the Rings adaptation in many ways. It's so iconic and so on. But at the end of the day, it's also a fantastic film. You know, it works on so many levels. It has the right draw. It has really good pacing. It has not a very fast-paced film in any shape or form. You know what I mean? Just the pacing of this film is just really good. It has the jokes, it has its heart, it has good, strong moments. It has the battle, it has the action. It has the character development here and there. A lot of detail, love to detail. It's very imaginative, beautiful landscape shots, you know. And it's with very early digital camera technology still. So overall, it's just very impressive. To this day, just awesome. A lot of the scenes, like I find it so fascinating that Gollum, as a purely animated character, of course, there's, you know, we still have Andy Serkis doing the motion capture for him and so on, and the acting, but at the end we don't see Andy Serkis anymore. We only see this digital character, and it works. Like we have scenes where we only have Gollum in the scene, and he talks to himself, and it works. And they also manage to definitely invoke an emotion, like empathy with Gollum when he's mistreated and so on, even though he's a terrible creature, very evil creature, has done terrible things, including murder. I'm less interested in the Frodo Sam Gollum parts. So those drag from me sometimes. Therefore, The Fellowship is a better movie as a whole. And I can understand this. If the Frodo Gollum Sam part doesn't interest you as well, doesn't capture your interest as well, then I can definitely see that. Yes. It's also potentially why I still like also Fellowship the most. By now. To be fair, I also like Return of the King a lot. Like, all the films are really good. Like, it's very close. But I like Theoden so much. He's such a cool character. He has his self-doubts. He has a really hard time. Like, he must be thinking he's in a nightmare all the time. Like, he's kind of saved from being poisoned by Grima and fed lies for years. And so on and so forth. And then he wakes up out of this nightmare just to notice, yeah, my son is dead. And you're telling me 10,000 orcs are coming to kill every one of my people, including me. Awesome. I have to go, no time to recover, no time to rest. I have to go to fighting. Like, if we look at the timeline of this, it becomes very apparent, in my opinion, how little time there is for all of this to happen. All three films are great, no doubt about it. Yeah, definitely. I can though see your point of, totally see your point there. So just to give you an idea how time-wise, I can maybe bring this here up on screen for you people. I think that is maybe the smartest thing to do. Maybe you can't read it that well. We go to the good old Tolkien gateway. Switching here for a moment, but just look where we are here. The 2nd of March, Frodo comes to the end of the Dead Marshes, and Gandalf comes to Edoras and heals Theoden. And then at the same time, the Rohirrim ride west against Saruman. Second Battle of the Fords of Isen. That's kind of a mistake. Erkenbrand defeated. Erkenbrand is not present there. Here should be the name Grimbold is defeated in the battle. Kind of. He has to retreat. The Entmoot. And then Theoden on the way, like, he got healed. Next day already, retreats to Helm Deep. Battle of Hornburg. It's the next day. There's no time for rest or for having counsel and so on. It's literally the next day. He gets healed, rides to battle at the same day. Nope, we're not going there. Go to Helm's Deep. Battle. That's his program. That's a tough program. Like, if you look at the timeline here, that's a really tough program. Yeah, definitely. The theme of the Battle of Rohan is also one of my favorite pieces of the complete score of Lord of the Rings. I think it may be my favorite piece. I also like the Fellowship theme, if you want to call it. It's also pretty high up. But yeah, it's, in my opinion, just check if the chat still works. In my opinion, it's just really good. And it's also tough for Theoden. Like, I can't tell you, it would be interesting to know, when is Theodred buried? Yeah, it is actually like in the book. You're seeing the summary of this. Let me see, note 3, Battle of Eason, note 3, yeah, it's in the Battle of Eason. I think it's not even mentioned where how Theodoret is buried, but I think maybe I can find the note. We can read it directly to you from the book. It's Unfinished Tales, the Battles of Eason. Just because it's kind of interesting. Notes, which note was it? It is note 8, right? Yeah, note 8. It is told that he, I think Grimbold, it is told that he set up on stakes all about the Ayat, the heads of the X-Men that had been slain there. But above the hasty mound of Theodoret in the middle was set his banner. It's like there's a word missing, but whatever. That will be defense enough, he said. That's note 8 of the Battles of Eason chapter. In the end, Grimbold manned the western end of the forts with the greater part of his foot soldiers. There they were in a strong position in the earth forts that guarded the approaches. He remained with the rest of his men, including what remained to him of Theodoret's cavalry, on the east bank. The Ayat he left bare. Elfhelm, however, withdrew his riders and took up his position on the line where he had wished the main defense to stand. His purpose was to descry as soon as could be any attack coming down on the east of the river, and to disperse it before it could reach the fort. So it seems the mount of Theodoret was in this Ayat, in the middle of the forts of Eason. I'm seeing a bit of trivia here that apprentice carpenters are called hammerhands in New Zealand. That's interesting. And the credits have a section called hammerhands. Oh, that's cool. Don't know that. What's your favorite part to Towers in the Two Towers film, Chris? Oh, that's a tough one, I think. Favorite part of Two Towers. So there are quite a few awesome parts in the film. The Battle of the Hornburg, I think, is yeah, a long section of the film, and also I say Isengard or Isengard. If you pronounce it Old English, it is Isengard. The English word yard is derived, I think, from the word from the Old English word written G-R-D, I think. Though it's not always written like this in Old English. There are also different spellings of it. But I found there was a dictionary that actually lists the word yard. Let me just look up the etymology. We can look into this from. We can bring it here on screen. Yeah, here we see the English word. Maybe I use the dark mode for it. Easier for the eyes, I think. But yeah, here we have the word yard, English, and here we have the etymology of this. Is there a second etymology? But yeah, the etymology, Middle English, and so on and so forth. And here we have this Yert, I think it's pronounced here. This is so it. You could argue it should be then Isen Yert, but the G at the beginning, if an EA is following, or if it depends on what vowel is following. If it's pronounced like it's written with a Y. However, like I said, I found a dictionary where there's also the spelling without the E, without the E. So Isen Yard. You can see it as a complete Old English word. So it kind of works here from Proto-West Germanic, and here this star, I think it means basically that it's reconstructed, because we don't have any, in the case of this word here, we don't have any textual evidence for it, so it's kind of reconstructed. That's the proto version of the West Germanic. Old English is a West Germanic language, and yeah, this is an earlier version of it where it's potentially spelled like this. So maybe once it could have been spelled like it. It doesn't matter too much. I think Isengard is maybe correct because Tolkien otherwise would have used Isengard or something like a Yerd or something like this, which he does not. So I could imagine it's supposed to be Anglicized. However, it's hard to tell. Yeah, yard, garden, fence, enclosure. So multiple meanings for this particular word as well. And Isen is, interestingly, how does this here work, chat? Sorry, I have to deactivate the mode. I think I zoomed in too much. Yeah, okay. Sorry, chat, for the flashbang. Iron is the word. I think that is the etymology for the other. So in German, for example, the word iron is Eisen. So you see the similarity in the pronunciation already. Iron versus, or Isengard, Eisen, as you would pronounce if you anglicize it, versus Eisen. So in Old English it is Isern. Iren. So there are multiple ways to write this particular word. I guess depending on the period, maybe also the region, there are potential differences how to pronounce it. But also, Isen. Here it is also Old English. It's pronounced. English is a strange language because it's very unusual that you have a classic vowel like an I and pronounce it I, like Isengard, instead of Isengard. Like in all other languages, you pronounce it simply E. This is E, this is E, this, I don't know, O, and do we have an A somewhere? I don't see an E. This is an A, as it's pronounced. So the classic vowel pronunciation in most languages is always I, E, A, O, U. In English, it's strange. I think it has a lot to do with the English language not changing their spelling too much to kind of fit, and with a lot of different influences from Latin, from the Anglo-Saxons, West Germanic people, and then also a bit of French, basically influence, if you want to call it like that. And this then developed weirdly, there's also Celtic influence and so on and so forth. This melting pot, it just changed into this interesting language. And that's the reason why it's difficult for a not native speaker to guess how an English word is pronounced. Like, take the word, I don't know, as a good example, but take the word bear. The reason why it's pronounced bear is because the Old English word is bera. It's not, in German, the German word for bear is also bear. Very similar in the pronunciation, actually. But you spell it with E and A for whatever reason, and that's confusing for people. It could be also beer, You zoom too deeply and too greedily. Okay, I can only give you applause for that one. Is it right to think that Isengard is there to guard the gap of Rohan? Yeah, it's there to guard it, but the meaning is, guard sounds like the English word guard. And though this is now from Old French, the UA is very unusual for Anglo-Saxon stuff. So yeah, it has like a different origin. That's why that is not the origin for the word. It's yard. It's an iron cord, an iron enclosure. That is like, because there's Orthanc, the tower in the middle, and then it is fortified with walls. An enclosure is there, and it's used to guard over this particular part of the river Isen and to watch the gap of Rohan. Exactly. But the word guard has a different origin from a language perspective. Gerde, Swedish offense. Oh, that's interesting. I would assume, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the word girdle is I spelled that one. The word girdle of Melian. Why can't I spell girdle? could be. How do you spell that, chat? Maybe it's girdle like this. Okay, I have to look it up. I'm too stupid to spell that word right now. Girdle. Found it. Okay, that's funny. Okay, I thought it might be related. It's not, though. Maybe there's a different etymology somewhere. No. But it's Old English, though. Girdle. The German word Gürtel comes from this, interestingly. Girdle, belt. Okay, let me just check the Swedish word. What's the... zoomed in again too greedily. Fence. Iceland. Okay, here was a Danish thing. So, Norwegian. Old Gerd. Look at this. You're actually right. It's the same word. It's again in Old English. Well, it's not from this. Like, it's from Old Swedish... Gerde. Fence. Compare Icelandic Gerði. Gerde. Related. Is this old? No, it's Danish. Okay. Norwegian guard, Old English. Interesting. Proto-Germanic gardas. Yardas? However it's pronounced. Very interesting. That all the stuff is related. It's kind of cool in European languages. Like if you go further back in time, you notice everything is kind of related. Fascinating. And is it pronounced in Swedish then Gord? But it's this. I have to copy paste your thing. I don't have it on my keyboard. See, Danish, Norwegian, Swedish. Gardar. Gardas. In German, there's the word Garten. I would assume this is related, but it seems like all of this is kind of related. German Garten. Kindergarten, you know, it also has a word in it. English is cognate with English word yard, so it's also related to that. High German Gardo. Fascinatingly, even now we're back to it. French. The problem is I don't know French phonology at all. Jardin, is this pronunciation? I'm not 100% sure. My French, I have not learned French in school, so I'm unfortunately very limited here. But it's so fascinating if you look at this. You even notice the Slavic languages have a similar word that might be related as well. It's always so cool to see, in my opinion. That all the languages have a kind of farmyard, homestead, court, enclosure. It's all related. So cool to see always. Yes, Garth also exists. Nah. Also is a cognate of that. Old Norse. Gather. Yeah, everything is related. That's kind of cool, except for Finnish language. The Finnish language is not an Indo-European one, but an Finno-Ugric one. The theory is that if you go into the Proto-Germanic languages, so in the Proto-Indo-Germanic languages, at some point you have a point where also the Finnish language is related again. But it's impossible to reconstruct because there's no written notes from these times, unfortunately. And without written notes, and that's also why poems are, I guess, kind of important from these times, because from poems because their words have to rhyme, you can kind of reconstruct, I think, the phonology a little bit with the knowledge from how the language also developed further from there and other languages at this time and so on and so forth. But yeah, it makes things, of course, difficult. But you definitely see, here also have Gerd. But yeah, that's, I think, also a reason why Tolkien is so interesting in this regard. Because Tolkien definitely understood, due to being a professor for philology with an expert for Old English language, we definitely knew that everything is kind of related. That also means that there was a time in history when all our people were one tribe, kind of. Good to go. Thank you so much. Big drive to next weekend. Yeah. Sleep well, Tirza. To SF for me now. Then have a good journey, I think, if I understood your message correctly. Have a good one. Thank you for joining. Hope you enjoyed this. San Francisco. I thought it might be San Francisco, but there might be other places that have this that you could derive. Doesn't matter where exactly. Just have a good one. And next weekend, yeah, there will be Return of the King. Maybe-ish we do it a bit Monday or so. I'm not sure yet. Because next Sunday I can't. Next Sunday is difficult for me to hit time-wise. So it could be either Saturday, the 20th, 21st is difficult for me to reach, to be honest. I think we can't watch Sunday next week. Either we watch it Saturday or Monday, or Tuesday or Wednesday I also can't watch. So that are the options. Also Friday, I guess, could be possible. Just for the time span for the next thing here. But yeah, the point is kind of, I think because Tolkien learned all of this and observed all of this, you can come to the conclusion, like the only explanation why all our languages are in their origin so similar is that there was a time we all spoke the same language, so our distant ancestors were one tribe at one time, speaking the same languages. That means we are all related. This includes also the Indian people, by the way, and also includes some other people from that area that we sometimes antagonize. That's kind of what Tolkien, I think, maybe I'm misinterpreting too much into this, but when we have the dune landings, for example, I think that's a very important, powerful message, in my opinion, that Tolkien had on his way. Let me just see the dune landing. Two Towers, dune landing. Here he is. The dune landing swearing allegiance to Saruman. And what is important to understand is he is one of the Edain. In a parallel universe, he could be one of the Dune Edain. He could have traveled to Numenor if he would have been recognized. And the only reason he's not recognized is because his language developed differently. Like when the Numenorians met the Norsemen, they noticed, wait a moment, they speak a language that's different than ours, but it's very similar in many ways. That means we must have been related. These must be also a tribe of the Edain, like we were one. So these are our kin. We are related to them. And interestingly, that Tolkien knew. And I think that we fight against others that we don't recognize as our kin often in history. Very important and very strange indeed, because maybe they develop differently. Like if you look at the people in India, they don't necessarily look like us, but language-wise, there's no doubt that we must have been one tribe thousands of years ago. I'm off as well. Do sleep need some? Yeah, sleep well. It's already late. These films are always so long. Should have maybe started a bit earlier, I think. But thank you for joining me. Yeah. Also, there's also the Neanderthals. I'm not sure how we pronounce this in English, but considering it's a German thing, Neanderthal. They also mingled with us. We have also, some people have quite a bit of Neanderthal genes in them. Yeah, definitely better preserved skeletons and so on and so forth. They might have smoked. Yeah, the point is though that even though people look very different, like if you go to the page of Wikipedia, and go to the list of Indo-European languages here. Here's a long list currently spoken. We have the Celtic, Germanic, Hellenic, Indo-Iranian languages, and so on and so forth. Unclassified or poorly attested. Philistine, and so on and so on. It's very interesting. Like, it's a huge language family that we have in this, and English is part of it. Like, I would assume under the Germanic languages we have English and stuff. English, Dutch, Low German, Central German, Upper German, West Germanic languages. We have Icelandic, like all the Old Norse languages. There's also the Slavic languages as well in this family. Balto-Slavic languages. It's a huge language family that we speak today. And there are also, like I said, the Indo-Iranian languages. So the people from, Iranian people and so on and so forth are also related with our languages. So we would sometimes antagonize them. Like the Numenorians antagonized the Dunelandings, or they were not called Dunelandings at this time, but these people, because they didn't recognize them, because, I don't know, maybe they're different, whatever. But that's kind of wrong, and yeah, the study of the languages definitely shows that there is definitely a relationship. Look how huge this area here is, where those languages were spoken. Distribution of the Indo-Iranian languages. And we are related. Our German, English, the Slavic languages are related with those. But Gimli and Legolas can become friends, even if they are not kin. Exactly. They are completely unrelated because dwarves were made by Aule, their bodies, and elves are the firstborn that were planned from the beginning by Eru. Completely different, and still they can become friends and work together. What a beautiful story. And people who are actually related, our kin, can become foes. The curry Aryan red. So many real languages, and yet Tolkien made it even harder. Yeah, he potentially did. So yeah, that's why it always gets me, triggers me kind of, if people are fighting about, I don't know, how people look or where they are from. That definitely annoys me. It's not what Tolkien did not want, that we fight over his works for stupid reasons. That I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it definitely shows how complicated. Like just in Europe, how many centuries people fought each other, like among each other. Like just my country is not very popular in this regard in in Europe. Like Germany started two world wars, did terrible crimes, and so on. And even before that, there was fighting with France and with UK and so on and so forth. I don't want to go to this topic, but in my opinion, identity has nothing to do with politics. Let's say not as much as people make it to be. Let's put it that way. And it's just an excuse to split people. And why do they want to split people? Because then people get furious and lose all reason and stop using logic. No, I think you give the show too much credit. Like people often pretend that's what triggers me so much. No, they don't know. The show does not want to do this. The show is just they just want to make money, and the showrunners have no clue what they are doing. Like we can't put into everybody's mind some genius 3D move. Maybe they're just idiots. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the most likely one. No one's that incompetent. I don't know. I just keep it at my own country. I look at my own country and see some people highly successful, and I know they are absolute idiots, completely incompetent. And it's every time I look at them and hear them talk, it's an absolute miracle to me how these people are so successful with what they're doing, how they got so rich, how they got so influential, how they got to this position, because they clearly have no clue what they are talking. And it's not good for Germany or for the country with some of the stuff they are doing. So it seems to be possible that you can be that incompetent and still, I don't know, make a TV show for billions of dollars. It seems to be possible. But the problem is, I don't see the problem though still with skin color. And I don't want to discuss skin color. It always ends with this. Like I don't. They could be, like I said, when the show is well written and fun to watch and so on and so forth, and everything makes sense and it's according to the law and whatnot. I wouldn't mind if all the actors were black or Asian or a mixture of whatever or white. I don't care, as long as it's good. I literally don't care about this. You know, it's one of the things I can just look over it. Yeah, Tolkien gave us clear directions how people looked, and as long as they don't make it a topic and just cast people they think are good actors and it works, fine. No. You could make the argument that they were cast because of their skin color, but seeing them in action, I have no doubt that they are excellent actors at what they are doing. Like, the quality of their acting is so good that I would say, okay, I can see why he got the job. But I don't know if somebody is from, like, I don't know, aren't they from the right country anyway? I don't get the what is the problem with, like, we are discussing the same stuff again. Like I said, I don't want to discuss skin colors. I think it's just leading nowhere. The only argument when it comes to this is that somebody says, I find it immersion breaking. That's the only argument, in my opinion, that can count. When I'm saying, okay, in my head, this character looks X and now he looks Y. And this doesn't have to do with skin color. Like, some people might not like how actor looks. Like, when I saw Elrond for the first time, I have seen The Matrix quite a lot, and every time I see Hugo Weaving, I see Agent Smith from The Matrix. And for some people back in the day, this was maybe off-putting. Nothing to do with... It's a fantastic actor and does a fantastic job. I love Hugo Weaving. What a great guy and what a great actor. But when I first saw him as an elf, it looked really strange, because back in the day it was Agent Smith for me. Very iconic role in a very iconic film. But so in my opinion, the argument of immersion breaking is valid, but it is not necessarily only limited to skin color or whatever, or to how people look or whatever. It's just sometimes you see somebody and you don't feel, okay, no, that's not... When I read the book, I imagined that guy completely different. I don't see that guy, and this kind of kills your immersion. It's unfortunate, can happen, and maybe after some time you learn to look over it or not, whatever. Yeah, but also the other actors also nailed it in this stupid show. Like, the acting was not the problem there. The problem is they had a terrible script that they had to act at times. No, I'm not out of touch. I'm sick of the zeitgeist of our time, because it annoys me greatly, and I find nothing than fruitless discussions and dividing fan groups or groups of people who enjoy one thing. That's what I see, and that is, in my opinion, a big problem, because we don't profit from this as normal people. Some billionaires in the world do, which should not exist, in my opinion, at all. And you can do whatever they want and seem to be completely above the law and don't care and pollute the world and harvest the resources and exploit other people just to get so ridiculously rich that it's even impossible. And in the meantime, we small people fight each other because we are, it seems like, absolutely dumb. And that annoys me greatly. Yeah, Elijah Wood was 18. I think it was almost, like, I think when he was cast, he was 17 or something. He's playing a 50-year-old. Nobody complains about that. That's not immersion breaking. Well, when I read Frodo, in my case, but I could imagine that some people read The Lord of the Rings before the films. I read the book after the films. And there, for me, it was, as a result, not a problem. But if you read Lord of the Rings before, Frodo is 50 years old. And then you see Elijah Wood there and think, wait a moment, this guy is not 50 at all, not even close. Yeah, it's so sad. Tolkien tried. I mean, the message in Lord of the Rings is really positive. I think it's really positive. It even has definitely a lot of moral things. Like, even though it is moral influenced by Christianity, because Tolkien was a devoted Catholic, which is completely fine. He tried to not make it too much on the nose and find like a general common ground a lot of people can agree on. And that is a lot of respect to Tolkien for pulling that off. That's not easy to do. But in the meantime, now, I don't know, 50 something years, 52 years, I think, after his death, we are still fighting about stupid stuff like that because someone cast the wrong. I don't see that. I don't think that is what we should do. That does not bring us any further. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. There's a certain population of viewers that seem to have a problem with black people in television. I think that is very strange, especially if you think about it. Let's say these people live in America for, I don't know, let's say they're Americans. They lived their whole life, they were born there, grew up there, their parents were born there, their grandparents were born there, and so on and so forth. Like, they're basically, I don't know how many generations living in that country, and still, why? And people say that's the Western identity or something like this. Why can't somebody who is part of this identity, just because he doesn't look like that, play in this? Only because, well, when like Tolkien was born 1892, the world looked a bit different and viewed a lot of things quite different. And he's writing about a time when folks were potentially far more split out because travel was difficult. This is not but that's not our time anymore. And I think it's not that big of a problem. As long as you don't make it about, like, as long as you don't add a story. If you want to adapt Lord of the Rings, you shouldn't, Lord of the Rings, you should not add a story that is not part of the original. Like, then just make something up yourself. Exception would be if you have like an adaptation every year. I could imagine like you have a lot of plays for Shakespeare, plays Macbeth, and so on and so forth. I could imagine that at some point you think, well, we have done very faithful Shakespeare adaptations now for like for decades now. Maybe we should do something new at times and experiment a bit, because we have accomplished the faithful adaptation already, so maybe we try something different. That's sometimes an approach. When it comes to Lord of the Rings adaptations, it's not like we are flooded with those. It's relatively rare that we get an adaptation, especially after Peter Jackson. Like, it's almost a risk to make a new Lord of the Rings adaptation at some point. It will happen at some point, but it's a high risk because the original was so influential and at the same time so beloved. So if you do something new, people will say, oh God, that's so terrible. You know, people always get into this. It might. It's like, I don't know. The problem with the world is, it's a big problem with the world. Often people say, but they do X and then Y, and this is that's not it's not just, or that is not right, or whatever. And you might be right with it. The problem is, a lot of things we as mankind do is not right. Like, in theory, just if you think this completely through, I couldn't sit here and talk to you because currently I'm using YouTube, which is part of Google, a big, massive American company, are using a computer. There are components in it that were put, for example, cobalt and so on and so forth, that was maybe mined by some poor people in Africa. Potentially child labor plays a big role there. So if I want to completely just, to be honest, in our times, I would have to go into, I don't know, the woods and live there in peace with nature, kind of naked, and produce my own food and not talking to your people. I'm not doing this. So in of itself, that's already not good. So if I want to be part of the society and participate and live my life, I have to, unfortunately, endure that there are things that are not right. And I do this because otherwise I can't live like this. Our society is unfortunately built like this. We are wasting resources. We are wasting time, energy on things. We're exploiting other people, and so on and so forth. So I can't live a completely moral, righteous, good life as long as I'm participating in how our Western societies are built and how they exploit other stuff. And even if they don't do this, it's like you always find a little chain in this very long, or always a little link in this very long chain that is not, where you could say, well, that's not justice, to be honest. That's a problem. Like, who are you even? Can we stop? Can we stop being so aggressive with? We are on the internet because we also like, to some degree, some, I don't know, anonymity. We're hiding behind nicknames. We're not sitting here with our clear names. Often we have like a thumbnail of, or not a thumbnail, what is it called? A profile picture of somebody else or some stuff. So looking eye to eye to someone, we are in the wrong section. Like, if we want to look eye to eye to each other, we have to go outside and meet somewhere. That's a good point by Lucas. If you're not open to changing your mind, why would you expect other people to be? Well, I think that's definitely the biggest problem. People don't want to change their mind, and that's sometimes good, sometimes bad, but it's always difficult to, I don't know, evaluate when it's good to change your mind and when not. That's pretty difficult, actually. And it's also very, I don't know, frustrating discussion always. It doesn't lead anywhere. Good exercise and courage and virtue of patience is to allow others to criticize your work, ideas, and learn from this. And that is difficult to do, definitely. Like when I mean, I'm not doing world-changing work here, but if I upload a video and somebody criticizes something, sometimes I have to take a deep breath before I write an answer. Because sometimes it's not, even though the person might have a point, sometimes it's difficult to see because, I don't know, you worked a long time on a video or whatever, and so on and so forth. So to get like a different perspective is very difficult to do. That's also a good point. Tolkien included marriages between different races, and they were the most important lineages in the story. That's true. No, that's an interesting approach, R.S. Aurelian. Anger is energy for sure. The question is it's very neutral energy. I would even say often it's a more negative energy. It seems, but not always. Okay. Like I said, I don't mind if people don't like the show. I don't like the show either. To summarize this, I think it has some good scenes, and I also know people who like the show. And the good thing is, good for them. I would also like to like the show, but I can't. Because liking something is more fun than disliking something. I think. I prefer liking stuff. I like when people make a good show. See, that's a problem with it. You said a moment ago, I don't know. Just see if I find your quote there. You're saying, I'm brutally relaxed, and then you write, you attack me. So you complain about that people attack you. At the same time, if I say, yeah, there's some people who actually like the show, and then you say, no, they're idiots, F them. Cool. So you attack them now. Why? Didn't you just say we shouldn't attack each other? Or is it just, this is something that annoys me a bit about this discourse that I see online a lot, and why it triggers me so much. It often feels like that there's no culture of discussion anymore, where I have this standpoint and the other person has the opposite standpoint. Let's say somebody likes show X, and there's the other person who says, I dislike show X. And in a good way, that is actually very, how to say, encouraging or can actually bring something. They could discuss each other without hating each other, without calling names, without, I don't know, without getting angry. That's maybe a good word, at each other. They kind of discuss, and the one person says, I like the show because X, Y, and Z, and the other person, I dislike the show because of A, B, C, D, and E, or whatever. And at the end, if everything works perfectly, they learn to understand each other. That doesn't mean necessarily that person A changes their opinion, starts liking the show, but maybe they kind of understand the perspective of somebody liking the show, you know? That's, in my opinion, that's value. But calling people who do the opposite of what I like, calling them idiots or whatever, necessarily doesn't lead anywhere. And because I think the discussion culture online or in general in our publics in the Western society is so incredibly cursed right now, that's a big worry I see in our societies, because we're from different societies. I see this in my own country, I see this especially in the United States, but also all over Europe, and so on and so forth. That's not good. I think that is something we have to... It would be better if we would get along a little bit better. And this concept, you could argue, like if you look at to be honest, if you look at mankind, you could argue this concept never really worked because people always hated each other and started killing each other. If we look back at my country, what they did when they disagreed with everybody else. But in a way, things can change, opinions can change, ideas can change, and I don't know. I think there was a time we were on a good way, and currently I feel like we are on a terrible way again. That's not great. Yeah, things have definitely much worse than we are. I think the problem that we're currently facing is definitely that the output we are getting is just so high that it becomes very difficult to stay on top of your game, if that makes sense. Like, you have so many contradicting news and so many contradicting statements, you can't just research everything. It just would take too much time. They're just flooding you with, excuse me, the expression, with shit, and filtering through what is actually true, what's not true, what is nonsense, what is half true, and so on is very difficult, and we kind of get lost in this. That's very unfortunate, to be honest. I think the internet and social media is really rotting people's brains. Yeah, I think so too. Also, it's a very interesting term I read in chat, the leftish, or the left. I always think that is so strange. It's one of the, like, this right-left terminology is so weird because everybody seems to understand something completely different. It's so weird that we can, I don't know, discuss or talk to each other and, I don't know, being angry at each other based on ideas that are not clearly defined. Like every time I look into the, for example, the United States or something, I think they don't know what left actually means. It's fascinating. Like my definition of left is quite different. But I don't want to bash the United States there. I think the problem is the United States is so powerful when it comes to cultural influence on the rest of the world. That's something I definitely notice, that a lot of their current discourse is coming over to Europe or to other countries here as well. That I find very fascinating. Like you see just how much cultural power they can project into the world, and it kind of even shifts ideas, the tone, and the ideas also of some stuff. The consequences of that are so massive. It's fascinating. Like I see talking points in my country that if I go 20 years back or something were unthinkable, and they seem to be totally normal again today because of that. It's scary, fascinating, but scary. Yeah, definitely. Of course, there are reasons for this. It's not that they are wrong, but the fascinating thing about the left in the United States and in Europe is definitely that if we talk to each other and we don't know the exact history and definitions of this, we talk about completely different things. And we have completely different ideas and so on. And I don't know, what is right for Europe could be wrong for the United States and vice versa. But it's very difficult to talk about. It's so fascinating that still these talking points and concepts are swapping or flooding over to Europe into the internet here, and we pick them up, and now we talk about some terms that are completely empty. Like I read so often in my coverage, I had to deal with the term woke. To this day, I have no idea what that means. Like, I have kind of an idea reading, but if you often talk to people that use these terms and you try kind to dig a little bit what they actually mean with this, you notice that even the people talking about this don't know exactly what it means. They have it's kind of a what do you call it? In German, it's called Sammelbegriff. It's a collection, it's a collection of some loose ideas, basically, that come from a specific, I don't know, thing but it's very difficult to talk about something people have not the idea. It's like if you would discuss the color, I don't know. I don't have a good example for that. But it's like if you would not discuss the color blue, but let's say we discuss the color blue, and for some the color blue is red, and for others it's yellow. And we talk about completely different things, but think we talk about the same thing. And it's so weird, in my opinion. Same with liberal and conservative. Yeah, it's just very strange, everything. I'm Canadian, we have the same problem. Yeah, I can see that, especially now you're closer to the, let's call it, source of this output. You're closer to the sun in this regard. I can definitely imagine that in Canada currently also people are confused. Liberal in the US is similar to social democrats in liberal in Europe is closer to libertarian in US. Yeah, definitely. Nobody knows what it means. Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, but you use it again. The word you use the word woke agenda. What is a woke agenda? Actually, I don't want to know, to be honest. But the problem is you use a word, and I have no idea what it exactly means. And that is a problem because we can't communicate if you use words I don't know. I think whoever came up with this word is a dangerous man, I think. Because he kind of incepted, to use, I like the film Inception quite a bit, this idea into the heads of so many people, and in the end, it's a completely empty word. And that is strange, because I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think if a word is empty, so it means nothing, it's just a loose collection of some ideas go into some direction. What I find interesting about this is that if I have a thing like a house, I can talk about a house, and you know what a house is. Everybody knows it because houses do exist. That I find fascinating. I think things that really exist cause less misunderstanding. There might be different kinds of houses. Like, is a skyscraper still a house? Maybe, maybe not. But usually if I say a house, I don't mean a skyscraper. So it's usually, I don't know, kind of a cube kind of thing. There's a roof, some windows in it, a door. We have kind of specific things. Yeah, English is an Indo-European language. Actually a Germanic language, even West Germanic language. Strangely enough. Yeah, that's also a good point, that the conservatives in the United States and I would say in Europe also are vastly different. Definitely. Yeah, exactly. These terms are just there to kind of, I don't know, say you're on this team, you're on team A or on team B, but what it exactly means doesn't matter. And when it doesn't mean, like when a term doesn't mean anything, you can't talk about it. You still talk about it. You can't have a discussion because the discussion is doomed. Because it kind of violates the idea of the idea of communication. In communication, every bit you use in it has to carry some information, and you could argue the term kind of carries it, but it's so limited and so loose. I don't know. Yeah, the term woke, for example, is in my opinion a prime example. It means nothing. Yeah, but why do people use it then? Why should I use the term woke? Why should I use a term that means nothing or that people don't? It's not clearly defined. I also had so many strange discussions in this direction. Especially the idea of agenda often implies that there's a plan of some group behind it, but I don't think that's the case. But whatever. It's just it's very dangerous because a lot of people use this, and a lot of people haven't, like, because the term is empty, people fill this term with life in their head, and then they have an idea what it means. But since it's not clearly defined, nobody knows exactly what it means. That makes it difficult to communicate. It's just so weird. It's definitely, we live in strange times. I don't know what the problem with that is, to be honest. I don't think that it, I think it's again the same thing as always. It can have sexual connotations. It can have none. Depends on the person doing that. Like I think in comedy, a man dressing as woman is just kind of an old skit that people did ages ago. It depends on context. It's pretty much everything. So, for example, let me just post you this Wikipedia article here by a film from 1993 by 20th Century Fox, from all people, from all companies. Look at this. Kind of funny. With Robin Williams. Really funny dude. Good old Mrs. Doubtfire. But yeah, I would say the film has no sexual connotation in this regard. Yeah, that's another good point. Shakespeare literally had all female characters in his plays played by men. It's another good point. No, it's not called gay agenda. It's just called, I don't know, doing things. I shouldn't see the problem. The problem is always people make kind of exceptions to things that I find fascinating in this regard. Like as everything in the universe, it kind of with relationships between mankind and so on and so forth, between humans in can't talk anymore, shit. Yeah, it always depends on context. I find this fascinating always, in a regard. So it's the same with the thing. I don't like, for example, also hetero couples kissing in public. Okay, that's an opinion you can have. And some people say, well, I like when couples kiss in public and express their love, and that's fine too. When Aragorn kisses Boromir. Yeah, that's a good point. With Lucas, that's exactly context. That is context. So I think in the end, it all depends on context, how you interpret it, and so on and so forth. We need to bring those back. No, it's their problem. Why? Why would it be their problem? Why is it not your problem? Hey, amazing paper, nice to see you. Technically, yeah, we shortly discussed the etymology of the word Isengard, and that the word yard is related with the guard in Isengard, and the word iron is related with Eisen or Isen. And it's difficult to find a way how. It's not clear to me how to pronounce it. I mean, there are some cultures where it is kind of, I don't know, strange for people if they kiss in public or whatever. I think in Japan is a good example for this. So there are definitely things, but I think in the West it's not too unusual. I guess depends on the country in the West as well. But holding hands and so on is not. Of course we were, yeah, of course. I also prefer those topics, to be honest. Lots of cultures kiss as a greeting. Yeah, also a good example. It depends on the culture simply and on the context as always. I don't fully understand the thing. I can understand that's, I don't know, person X doesn't like it. Oh, that's also an interesting question for the amazing bad boy. Blackwards also brought this up during the watch party. Don't like leopard print. It's kind of funny. They want you. No, I don't think so. There might be people who want that, but I think it's not all of them. I find it always strange. You always have to, of course, interpret other things, but I think it's always very difficult to say what people's actual intention is with what they are doing. It's sometimes really difficult. Let's be honest. Yeah, I'm really honest, to be honest. I don't. For once, just one. That is true because I live, I don't know, somewhere in the center of Europe, and I'm a strange guy, to be honest. I'm sitting here in my law chamber making law videos all day. Currently, that's actually kind of true, I think. There needs to be a social. Why should they? No, I. There needs to be a push. So I don't know. Maybe you should try to find. It's my advice. A culture that is fitting perfectly with your imagination how a culture works, and then learn the language of that culture and move there. I think that is the best way. Public display of affection is considered weird in New Zealand too. We're pretty standoffish like that. When I lived in France, it was of course really different. France is potentially insane. Also, Amazing Bad Boy, did you see the comment of? I didn't read it. I can do because I'm also interested in your opinion. Do you know if carpenter apprentices are called hammerhands in New Zealand? Maybe you already answered, I missed it, but I don't think so. That was something we discussed during the watch party today. Because there's like a list in the credits called the hammerhands or something like this. I'd rather watch it all burn. You will end yourselves by your own hands. Very true. Okay, I don't get it. But yeah, maybe you should consider, hey, very nice to see you. Yeah, you maybe missed something. I'm not sure. Miss is maybe a strong word. No, carpenters are generally just referred to as builders. A carpenter apprentice would be called exactly that, I'm afraid. Sorry, not very exciting. Okay. We talked about Hammerhand or Hammerhand, and then like if you Google it, you definitely find it. In New Zealand, a hammerhand is a skilled laborer assistant helping tradespeople, often on construction sites and so on and so forth. Making it a common entry point to a carpenter apprentice role is here written. Interestingly. No, I think revolution is not always the things that changes things, to be honest. Sometimes somebody has an idea and it becomes a law, and then things just change. Or even if it's not becoming a law. I remember a time when every phone in existence in every household had like one of 5 colors. And a little numpad thing where you could dial. My grandmother had one where there was I don't know what it's called in English, to be honest. A dial, of course. It had a dial where you had to stick in your finger and then had to spin it around and stuff. And then somebody came up with some better ideas, and now I have a strange device in my hand which gives me access, in my country at least, in a lot of places, not every place unfortunately, to a big portion of the complete knowledge of mankind. Is fascinating. Was kind of unthinkable when I grew up, I think. I watched Return of the King last week and laughed when I noticed Hammerhands listed in the final credit. I guess my laugh was not warranted. Yes, it's very interesting. Could be in the trade, I guess. Not a common knowledge thing, though. Interesting. Maybe it's wrong also, or maybe it's just really like an insider inside the industry. Very interesting, though. I didn't know that. But it's in the credits. That's why we won it, I think, or something like this. would definitely agree that we definitely lost a few values here and there on the way. Some for the better, some for the worse. And some countries are more extreme in this regard than others, for sure. Yeah, for example, witch trials are not that great. Viking raids, didn't like those as well. When do we start the 2 towers? Unfortunately, the Amazing Bat Boy, we are already we have completed those. Unfortunately. 3 hours 42, I stopped the clock there, but credits would still run, I think. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. I'm not sure when we watch next week. Sunday I can't, so either it's Saturday, Friday, or Monday. Or Tuesday would work as well. Wednesday is not possible. Because the, let's call it, main Christmas celebration in my country is at the 24th instead of at the 25th. So I'm there with my family then. I might, no, depending on when I get up, whatever, won't potentially stream that day. Who knows? No, I'm German. It's one of the reasons why I'm not as funny as I should. Unfortunately. Yeah, Central Europe is Germany, like Austria is south of Germany in the center. I mean, we have the CEST, the Central European Standard Time here. Don't play this stream, only the day we get drunk. No, we are pretty in the middle. Nobody likes us, but there's history to it. I don't know. My experience, people have a higher opinion of Germany than it deserves. Yeah, I mean, I guess you have a point. I mean, in a way, we got a bit better because I think we at least for a long time tried to learn out of our past mistakes. I feel like though things are currently going in the wrong direction in some ways. The thing is getting better. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. But who knows? I think that's the last guy I will give a thank you. It's on the list pretty low on the list. I must go. Okay, Silmarillion, thank you for joining. I hope you enjoyed this weird watch party today. And next one we will have the no rings of power rule. I think we need that. I need that rule for myself. Yeah, you too. Have a nice also holiday season. Maybe we most likely will have another stream in the meantime. There will be a video also where we talk only about lore, nothing else. It will be awesome. I'm not sure, Archer. Potentially not. It's too late. I need to go to bed. Because if I now, I mean, currently I'm again at this point where I could just now sit down and cut the video or edit the video till, I don't know, 4 hours or something. But then my sleeping schedule will be disastrous again. I try to avoid this. Who bailed us out again? Austria bailed us out. 2011. I'm not 100% sure what who bailed who out. The Europe is Deutsche Mark? No, that's definitely not the case. I think the euro is actually for German for at least in the past was people complain a lot about it, but at least for economy was actually really good because of if Germany like if in Germany's economic height time, I think if Germany still would have the Deutsche Mark, then it would be so high in value, it would definitely hurt the export. Due to having the euro, I think things got a bit better in this regard. But yeah, Germany's position in Europe was always, let's call it, problematic. Germany is always a weird country economically in Europe, currently especially, but whatever. Pretty glad I missed the fantasy escapism stream. Yeah. It's strange. We should have stick to fantasy, I think. I like the language section at the end though. That was pretty cool. I like language stuff. So chat, I will call it a day now. It was definitely a weird stream. Next time there is no Rings of Power discussion rule. I think I need that for myself. Unfortunately, I don't have updated credits, but it should be. I think we didn't gain too many people and lost not too many people in the list. I think a few. We should have a few less on the list, but still quite a few. So thank you for the support, especially for the Patreon support and all the memberships on Twitch and YouTube and so on. Much appreciated. Thank you for that. And will be banned next time. Only if you bring, potentially not banned, or maybe temporarily. Because we need next time when we watch Return of the King, we need to talk about Return of the King only. And not about politics or Rings of Power or nonsense like that. Because it brings us nowhere, I think. I have a fantasy channel about Lord of the Rings stuff here. Or a book analysis. I don't know what you want to call my main topic of this channel. And that should be the main topic. I don't understand what you people want from me anyway. When it comes to that, and some terms, in my opinion, are completely empty. And the discussion is not fun. So, a lot of reasons to just not do this. Well, you definitely brought, like, we would not have talked at all about all of this stuff, but but I said, well, okay, it seems to be, I don't know, a desire to talk about some stuff, and I was kind of curious where this might lead. And now I think we don't have any like, we can't make any progress here anyway. Yeah, there might be, I don't know, there are tons of places to discuss stuff like this. For me, it's late. Yeah, the problem is, it always comes up, especially in this Tolkien stuff, and definitely I think to some degree, well, there are a lot of people to blame, to be honest, for that. But yeah, I think especially if Rings of Power would have been perceived better, I think the desire to talk about stuff like this would not be that great. I think the show had its potential, just the writing would need to be better, and I'm not well, it got a bit better, but it's still not fully there. Curious where they go with the show next year. We will see. Then we will have a lot of these debates, I think. I haven't seen anyone learned anything. Well, I hope I try to give at least some insights when it comes to Two Towers, because I recently reread a lot of the chapters there. As a result, I think maybe I could bring some cool lore insights there during watching the show, but I don't know. That says we're old and out of touch. I like to be old and out of touch. I'm not sure if you mean me or whoever you're talking to, but whatever. I learned that there are two Legolas. That's actually a really weird detail in the film. Gimli's age and things, yeah, political stuff is always like I said, it's often pretty fruitless, I think. I just think it's just difficult to discuss and it's not the right place here and usually doesn't bring too much. Whatever, chat. I'm sorry that I maybe should have moderated that better, or I don't know. Always difficult. I don't like silencing people if they want to express their opinions and so on. I'm not a huge fan of that. Sometimes I guess it's, I don't know. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to do because I don't know. Sometimes it feels in a strange way wrong to deal with. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it would be better for the stream because not necessarily I want to silence opinion, just want to stay focused on the topic, if that makes sense. I think next time we maybe have to really enforce a rule there to get this going or to keep it there. Maybe it's better for the viewing experience. Most people don't come here to discuss politics, but are here to watch the Two Towers and discuss the lore in Tolkien. Yeah, the writing is just, I don't know. But yeah, I wish you a fantastic holiday season, a good evening, a good night. Thank you, people, for watching. I hope you enjoyed at least the lore part of the stream and have a good time. Like I said, next stream might be Saturday, Friday, Monday, or Tuesday. I don't know yet fully. Depends on a few things. I also have some projects. There will be, most likely, if nothing gets in the way, a new lore video out next week. I don't know, maybe Tuesday or something like that. And then I will work on the all-in-one version. It will be almost 12 hours long, I think. We will see. Maybe it's 11, I don't know, but something like that. It should be pretty long. Looking forward to that. I hope you too. And thank you, people, for watching. And see you next time. Goodbye.